Chapter 423. Start digesting the harvest. Wu Ming whispered. He had to be quick. The Typhoon Sky Hunter had caused a huge commotion. The other forces would definitely send people over. Regardless of whether they wanted to pick up some scraps or if they really wanted to help, there would definitely be people coming to the scene. Wu Ming did not want to be discovered by them. With this thought in mind, he immediately began to convert. First, he converted a few hundred unranked king swordbirds, a total of 10 tons. He converted 3,000 evolution points. Next, he converted a few hundred F and E king swordbirds, a total of 6 tons. He converted 16,000 evolution points. As expected, there is a huge difference between having a rank and having no rank. Wu Ming exclaimed, "The higher the rank, the more evolution points it would contain." The evolution points from a few hundred F and E king swordbirds could be compared to 1,000 or 2,000 unranked beasts. There were 30 D king swordbirds, each one containing 300 evolution points. Altogether, it was around 10,000 evolution points. 5 C king swordbirds were worth 8,000 evolution points. These were only the remaining beasts. A portion of them had been swallowed by the second king swordbird. Otherwise, there would be more. There was only 1 B king swordbird left. However, because the second king swordbird had swallowed the first B king swordbird and a large amount of corpses of its kind, it had reached the peak of B king swordbird. Unexpectedly, it had brought about 20,000 evolution points to Wu Ming. "I've earned a lot." Wu Ming laughed. Apart from that, the 3 B king swordbirds, the berserk gorilla, the unicorn mountain lizard, and the winged blue dragon had converted a total of 30,000 evolution points. The total weight was more than 100 tons. Apart from some spikes, claws, teeth, orbs, and other special materials that Wu Ming had kept, the rest were converted into evolution points and spirit orbs. This time, I've received a total of 87,000 evolution points. Haha, I've really earned a lot. Wu Ming took a deep breath and could not stop smiling. After putting the rare materials into the system storage, Wu Ming looked around. After collecting the corpses of the 3 B king swordbirds and making sure that he did not leave anything behind, he quickly left. The storm was still going on. The rainwater splashed onto the ground, washing away the bloodstains. Soon, the surroundings became clean. 15 minutes later, dozens of beast tamers arrived at the battlefield on their pets one after another. There are traces of an intense battle. Look, even the mountain wall has been pierced through. The intensity of this battle is at the peak of Class B. There must be more than 5 Class B beasts or pets involved. How horrifying! Where are the beasts? The beast tamers from all forces were very surprised. They inspected the scene and could only find a faint smell of blood and traces of an intense battle. As for the corpses of the ferocious beasts, there seemed to be none. Let's go take a look at the center of the storm. Aren't you afraid of danger? We are sea-level beast tamers, and there are more than 10 of us. What is there to be afraid of? That's true. The beast tamers from the major forces immediately set off to catch up with the Typhoon Sky Hunter that was flying toward the Garan castle. Half an hour later, in the center of the storm, more than a dozen C-rank pets hovered around. They looked around and noticed that there were no more ferocious beasts in the center of the typhoon. All dead. The people present were not stupid. Based on the traces of the battle, they could tell that all the ferocious beasts there had been killed. As for who killed them, no one knew. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. Overnight, all the governors of major cities in the Huaxia learned that all the ferocious beasts in the typhoon had been killed by a mysterious, powerful person. However, because of the heavy rain, many traces of the battle had been washed away. Even the best analysts did not know who had done it. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. Many powerful people were discussing this matter. They sent people to the scene of the battle, trying to analyze the types of pets and ferocious beasts that had participated in the battle. In the Garan castle, the lights were dim. Many people knew that the typhoon was coming, so they had been hiding at home. Almost everything on the streets had been moved away. Naturally, the lights were dim. When Wu Ming returned to the pet store, it was already 3:30 in the morning. But the lights in the store were still on. Creak. Wu Ming pushed the door open. Immediately, he was hugged by a soft body that was warm and fragrant. "Boss, you're finally back." Wang Chulu hadn't slept at all. She had dark circles under her eyes. Her bright eyes were full of worry. "Don't be scared. I'm fine." Wu Ming rubbed Wang Chulu's head affectionately. "Boss, then let's take a rest." Wang Chulu blurted out immediately. Then, she realized that it was inappropriate and quickly changed her words. "Boss, there's no danger with Typhoon Sky Hunter, right?" Wu Ming said with a smile. "I've just finished a battle. I'm covered in sweat. I need to take a shower, and then I'll tell you." Wang Chulu quickly closed the door. "Let's do it together." Walala, soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. "Boss, what's going on tonight? Why do I feel that you're very happy?" "Lulu, how about this? You kiss me, and I'll say one thing. What do you think?" "You're so annoying." Just as Wu Ming and Wang Chulu were whispering sweet nothings to each other, someone else arrived at the scene of the battle. Thump, thump, thump. An enchanting figure in high heels stood on the ground, looking at the ground that had been washed by the storm. She was holding a strong flashlight and a special camera, observing the scene of the battle. There are traces of ice. This kind of destructive power is very similar to a B-grade double-winged blue dragon, the mysterious woman said. An emperor penguin stood on her shoulder. Its eyes were constantly looking around to prevent the woman from being ambushed. Behind the mysterious woman, several female beast tamers in tight red combat suits were recording the scene and assisting in the analysis of the situation. Any results? A young man in a flashy pink leather jacket came to the scene. There was a white fox on his shoulder. He had a demonic face and was at C grade. The results are hard to find. There are only some clues. For example, one of the pets that participated in the battle was a B-grade double-winged blue dragon, the mysterious woman said. B-grade double-winged blue dragon? Isn't that something that only Mr. Wong from the Wong family, one of the 6 major families in Nanjiang City, has? The young man in the pink leather jacket was stunned. The mysterious woman nodded. "I just received a call. Mr. Wong from the Wong family, Mr. Sun from the Sun family, and Mr. Sun formed a team to hunt the beasts in the Typhoon Sky Hunters. Then they all died." "They all died?" The young man's eyes widened. "Yes, the life detection signals in their bodies have completely disappeared. They are indeed dead." This is what the heads of the Sun family and the Wong family said. The mysterious woman nodded. "Damn. Then this matter is even more serious. This means that there is a third party. They are the ones that destroyed the Sun family, the Wong family, and the beasts in the Typhoon Sky Hunters." The young man became more and more excited as he spoke. Chapter 424. The mysterious woman shook her head. "You may not be right. It's also possible that the Sun family and the Wong family were killed by the beasts in the Typhoon Sky Hunters. Then a third force took action." The young man widened his eyes. "Sis, isn't it only when the Sun family and the Wong family were locked in a fierce battle with the beast in the Typhoon Sky Hunters that the third force launched a sneak attack?" The mysterious woman curled her lips. "Stupid brother, I'm really worried about your IQ. If the third force had reached Class A, why would they need to launch a sneak attack? Couldn't they have just swept the battlefield?" Hearing this, the young man took a deep breath. He was only a Class C beast tamer. Like his sister, he was a member of the Secret Investigations Unit under the Pet Alliance. Even so, he was still scared when he was faced with Class A beast tamers. After all, he knew how terrifying Class A beast tamers were. So, it's possible that a hidden Class A beast tamer killed the pets and beasts of the two forces? The young man was scared out of his wits. He swallowed his saliva. The mysterious woman stopped her inspection and said, "According to my speculations, there are several possibilities. First, the third force had a Class A beast tamer. He directly attacked the Sun family and the Wong family and the beasts in the Typhoon Sky Hunters. He defeated them all by himself. Second, the third force waited until the two forces were both wounded before taking action. That way, the third force would take advantage of the situation. Third, the Sun family and the Wong family killed the beasts and became the victors. However, right at that moment, they were ambushed and killed by the third force. Fourth, the Sun family and the Wang family were wiped out by the beasts. Then, the third force came to pick up the spoils. That's roughly the possibilities I mentioned above. Of course, there are other possibilities as well, but the probability is not as high as the ones mentioned above. So, I won't consider them. With that said, the mysterious woman went on with her inspection. Well, she took out a pair of tweezers and picked up a scale that was stuck in a crack in the stone. After careful analysis, she narrowed her eyes. "Sis, what did you find?" The young man asked in a hurry. "This is the scale of a king's sword bird." The mysterious woman observed the scale with a serious expression. "It's a king's sword bird." The young man was shocked. These beasts are very gregarious and treat their own kind very well. They are very united. Fortunately, they were intercepted and killed. Otherwise, the cities that the Typhoon Air Hunter passes through will be in danger. All right, let's continue. The big shots of the Alliance didn't send us here to brag and chat. We have to get the results of the analysis as soon as possible and send it back to the Alliance, the mysterious woman urged, and continued to investigate the case. "Oh, I see." The young man nodded. Garan Castle. Wu Ming and Wang Chulu had finished bathing and changing their clothes. They were lying on the warm and comfortable bed, talking about their experiences tonight. "So you're this powerful, boss. You wiped out the Sword King Bird army all by yourself." Wang Chulu's eyes lit up as she looked at Wu Ming with admiration. "Haha, they are too weak." Wu Ming laughed. "Boss, the Sun family and the Wang family are really unlucky. 3 B-level beast tamers were killed by the Sword King Bird army." Wang Chulu sighed. Those were 3 B-level beast tamers. In the past, they were powerful enough to rule the Thunder Spirit Consortium. But tonight they all died. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. Wu Ming shrugged. No beast tamer could guarantee that everything would go smoothly for them. As long as they walked on this path, they would eventually run into danger. "By the way, boss, didn't you get a lot of precious materials? But if you sell them, won't you expose the fact that you killed the Sword King Bird army?" Wang Chulu sat up straight. The quilt slid down, revealing her soft, jade-like skin. "In this way, the Sun family and the Wang family will probably think that you killed the 3 B-level beast tamers, Mr. Sun and Mr. Wang. Although you didn't do it, the 2 families won't believe it. After all, there are no witnesses." Wu Ming nodded. Wang Chulu was indeed smart. She thought about the potential danger. He pulled her into his arms and said softly, "It's okay. I have other sales channels. Don't worry." Dark Bazaar. This was the sales channel that Wu Ming had chosen. As long as someone from the Dark Bazaar contacted him, he could disguise himself and go to this mysterious underground force to sell these precious materials. If someone attacked him at that time, then no one could blame him for being ruthless. Looking at the confident Wu Ming, Wang Chulu felt warm. She felt that falling in love with him was the best decision she had made in her life. She felt even sweeter. The next day, after a whole night's journey, the Typhoon Sky Hunter was only 100 kilometers away from Garan Castle. At this time, the wind was very strong. Even though the storm had not yet approached Garan Castle, there was already a strong wind in the city. It blew many things into the air and made them spin. "Oh my God, my tile-roofed house is leaking. Mine is leaking too. My underwear was blown away. Oh my God, only your clothes were blown away. My wives were all blown away by the wind. I don't know which unlucky guy will find them." "How unlucky?" "Pooh, who told you to buy inflatable underwear?" In Garan Castle, the residents were wailing. Some people live in the old city area, and there were shanty towns in this area. The buildings were not stable. Many things would be blown away when the wind blew. Fortunately, the residents were fine. Residents, attention! Residents, attention! The center of the Typhoon Sky Hunter is less than 100 kilometers away from Garan Castle. Please hide in your homes. If possible, tie yourself to a pillar with a rope. The voice of the mayor of Garan Castle was heard on the broadcast that was spread throughout the city. Whoosh! The wind was still getting stronger. In front of nature, human strength was so insignificant. Only the powerful pets could stand in the storm. They looked at the center of the storm in the sky with grave expressions. Soon, the center of the Typhoon Sky Hunter reached Garan Castle. The brick houses and shanty towns were swaying, and some buildings even collapsed. Fortunately, those people had all moved away in advance when they saw that the situation was not good, which prevented a large number of casualties. Crack! A tree was blown off by the storm and carried into the sky. It was a horrifying scene. Some people were even blown into the sky. Ah! They screamed miserably. Fear was written all over their faces. Whoosh! Right then, a huge figure flew across the sky. It was Wu Ming's pet, the ice and fire double-headed dragon, nicknamed Long de Bayo. The ice double-headed dragon grabbed the people who were blown into the sky and took them away from the storm, saving their lives. Thank you, Lord Dragon. Those people were put on the ground. Their legs were trembling, but they did not forget to thank Long de Bayo. Roar! Long de Bayo was happy to be called Lord Dragon. It roared to the sky and flew into the storm to rescue the residents trapped in the storm. Chapter 425. It feels so good to be protected by a pet. Long de Bayo put a woman on the ground with her baby in her arms. Looking at the two-headed dragon soaring into the sky, she was so touched that her eyes were full of tears. As an ordinary person, in the past, she would never have had the chance to get close to a pet like Long de Bayo. But at the moment, not only did she get close to it, but she also got help from it. And all of this was thanks to Long de Bayo's owner, Wu Ming from Nanwen Street. H.E. Wu Ming is such a good man. The woman said to the child in her arms. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sea-level dragon elephant and other flying pets also followed Long de Bayo to help the people affected by the disaster. Besides, many beast tamers also helped. That was an order from the mayor's mansion, and the mayor's mansion was under Wu Ming's command. Before the storm arrived, Wu Ming had already informed the mayor of Garan Castle to send the beast tamers in the city to fight the disaster at the critical moment. Otherwise, the beast tamers would hardly help. After all, most beast tamers were very proud. For them, ordinary people were not qualified for them to help. As time went by, the central area of the Typhoon Sky hunters gradually left Garan Castle. Until then, people were still in a state of shock. That's weird. Didn't they say there were many powerful, fierce beasts in the Typhoon Sky hunters? Why didn't they attack the city? Maybe it's because the fierce beasts inside are not powerful, and Garan Castle has a sea-level pet. That's why they didn't dare to attack. Well, that's very possible. Looking at the central area of the Typhoon Sky hunters gradually leaving, the people in the city began to discuss and breathe a sigh of relief. They did not know the truth. There were fierce beasts in the Typhoon Sky hunters, and there were hundreds of them in total. There were even 2 B-level Sword King bird leaders. However, they were killed by Wu Ming. In the pet store, Wu Ming's cell phone rang. It was Su Qianqian calling. After picking up the phone, Wu Ming said with a smile, "Hello? Mr. Su, why are you calling me?" Su Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief over the phone. Then, Su Qianqian asked, H.E. Wu Ming, I heard that there are powerful, fierce beasts in the Typhoon Space Hunter. Why are there no more now? In her opinion, this matter was most likely related to Wu Ming. Of course he was killed. Wu Ming laughed. Really? So you did it? Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. You're not in danger, are you? Wu Ming said to the phone. This matter involves a lot of things. All I can say is, don't worry. This matter involved the Sun family and the Wang family. If it was exposed, it wouldn't end well. Although Su Qianqian was also one of his own people, Wu Ming didn't want her to know too much, lest she be questioned indirectly and find out the truth of the matter. That would cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, I understand. Su Qianqian was very sensible. She could tell that Wu Ming didn't want to talk more about this matter. She chatted with Wu Ming for a while longer before hanging up the phone. In the pet store, Wu Ming put the phone on the table. In his mind, the enchanting figure of Su Qianqian, a great beauty, unconsciously appeared. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the phone rang again. It was a call from the mayor of Garan Castle. Wu Ming didn't hesitate and picked it up at once. My lord, Did you and Master Wu Tianxua kill the fierce beast and the typhoon space hunter together? The mayor of Garan Castle's voice was full of shock. Last night, I fought with the beauty next to me until dawn. I don't know what you're talking about. Wu Ming said this and hung up immediately. In the mayor's mansion, the mayor of Garan Castle pondered over Wu Ming's words. His eyes gradually lit up. Then he gasped. According to reliable sources, 3 B-level beast tamers died in this battle. They were from the Sun family and the Wang family of Nanjiang City. And the fierce beast in the Typhoon Space Hunter is said to be the King's Sword Bird, one of the overlords of the sea. Its leader has also reached B-level. So, my lord and master Wu Tinshu all worked together to kill them? As the mayor of Garan Castle, of course, the mayor of Garan Castle knew the important news that was spread in the mayor's group chat. He knew secrets that ordinary people couldn't get in touch with. For example, the analysis of this battle by the members of the secret investigation team of the Pet Alliance. Combining this information, the mayor of Garan Castle was sure that Wu Ming and Wu Tianxua should be the third party mentioned in the analysis report. But he didn't know. The so-called third party could only be Wu Ming. As for Wu Tianxua, he was still seriously studying the magnetic field modulation method in the coffee shop. He didn't even know that the typhoon was coming. My lord deliberately told me that he had a fierce battle with the beauty beside him last night. He said that he had an alibi. What he meant was that he had nothing to do with this matter. So, my lord didn't want to reveal this matter. As his number 1 henchman, as my lord's number 1 right-hand man, I have to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Once someone asks, I have to say that I don't know about this matter. I'm so smart. Speaking of this, the mayor of Garan Castle licked his lips, because the sexy and graceful secretary of the mayor was passing by the office door with a document in her arms. As she walked, she swayed her body, showing off her proud curves. Secretary, come to my office for a moment. The mayor of Garan Castle smiled and waved his hand. At dusk, the Typhoon Space Hunter had left Garan Castle. The wind in the city had dropped to about level 4, which wasn't very strong. Citizens, resume production. The mayor of Garan Castle's slightly weak voice came from the broadcast in the city. He seemed to be overworked. Finally, production can resume. Half of my house collapsed. What should I do? Hey, why did you write the word demolish on my wall? Are you stupid? Your house is going to be demolished. We're going to be rich. Yes, we're going to be rich. Ha ha ha. At first, the citizens were sad because of the collapse of their houses. But when they saw the big word demolish written by the city guards on the wall, they suddenly realized something. They were going to be rich. Next, the collective demolition of the slums. We'll talk about the compensation later, the city guards said to the citizens. Then, they went to other slums to carry out related work. Soon, Garan Castle returned to its former prosperity. Under the night sky, in the pet store, Wang Chalu hung up the phone and said to Wu Ming, who was next to her, Boss, I heard that the herbs you needed last time will be delivered in 2 days. Well, okay. Wu Ming nodded. Boss, I've been with you for the past few days. I've delayed a lot of work. I have to go to the Ultra Beast Center Tower to get busy. Wang Chalu walked out of the door and sat in the supercar. She looked reluctant to leave. Come again next time. Wu Ming rubbed Wang Chalu's head. Okay. Wang Chalu stepped on the accelerator and took her pet, White Phoenix, to the Ultra Beast Center Tower 10 kilometers away. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of high heels hitting the ground could be heard. Wu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. He saw the female assassin, Yi San Yang, in a tight leather jacket and pants. Boss, I'm here. Yi San Yang smiled charmingly. Chapter 426. You're here. Wu Ming smiled. According to the agreement, Wang Chalu, Yi San Yang, Yu Suruo, and the others accompanied Wu Ming in batches. Next, it was Yi San Yang's turn. Wu Ming took Yi San Yang's hand and sat on the sofa, looking at her with a smile. How do you feel at the branch of the Spirit Demon Assassin Guild? Everything is normal. Yi San Yang nodded. That's good. Wu Ming looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but recall the very beautiful night with her. Then, he looked at the seductive night outside the window and grinned. Yi Yang knew what he meant. The two of them walked to the second floor in each other's arms. Warmth reappeared. In the future, nothing happened in the pet store. Until the afternoon of the next day. Wang Chulu put a big medicine box on the table in the pet store and opened it on the spot, revealing many precious herbs. Boss, the materials you asked for are all here. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wu Ming looked at the herbs in the medicine box, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Netherworld Sovereign was already at the peak of Class C. After this period of consolidation, it finally met the conditions to advance to Class B. It could continue to evolve. Sanyang, help me prepare the evolution food. Yes. Yi Sanyang immediately cleared the table and put the necessary auxiliary equipment, such as the reactor, grinding rod, balance, and so on it. Boss, what kind of evolution food are you going to prepare? Yi Sanyang asked Wu Ming. Wu Ming answered without hesitation. Class B Terror, Class B Defense, Class B Force Awakening, Class B Super Claw, Class B Spirit Shock. This was the final plan. At first, Wu Ming was going to add Class B Strength to Netherworld Sovereign, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was more appropriate to replace Class B Strength with Class B Force Awakening. Of course, if Netherworld Sovereign could absorb 6 Class B talents, he didn't mind adding Class B Strength to Netherworld Sovereign. At this thought, Wu Ming's eyes flickered. It would be great if I could increase the number of pet talents. That was what he thought. However, Wu Ming knew that the possibility of this happening was very small. Every pet and ferocious beast could only have 5 talents at each rank. That had become a fact. Until now, no one had been able to break it. I'll be your assistant. Yi Sanyang appeared rather calm when she heard that she had to concoct B-grade evolutionary food. She only nodded. In the past, even if she had only heard that Wu Ming had concocted D-rank evolutionary food, Yi Sanyang would have been shocked for a long time. But now, she was used to it. With Yi Sanyang's help, the grinding and weighing of the medicinal herbs were done in an orderly manner, and the speed was very fast. After that, Wu Ming completed the last step. 8:00 p.m. On the table. 5 portions of evolutionary food were arranged in a row. Meow. Nether Sovereign jumped onto the table and squatted in front of the rank B Origin Force Awakening food. He let out a cry as if he wanted to eat this first. Eat. Wu Ming rubbed its head. Nether Sovereign did not hesitate. He immediately opened his mouth and ate the rank B Origin Force Awakening food. The hair on the surface of his body gradually stood up, and there was even a little strange lightning at the end. It looked very magical. What's going on? Yi Sanyang sat on the side and watched curiously. Starting from rank D, the evolution process of pets and ferocious beasts is often accompanied by special changes. Some will shed their hair, some will release lightning, some will expand their bodies, and some will even spontaneously combust. There are many more. Wu Ming explained in detail. Oh, I see. Yi Sanyang nodded. A minute later, Nether's Sovereign lay on the table, his body wrapped in a layer of lightning, and he fell asleep just like that. He was about to transform from rank C to rank B. This process would take some time. As for how long exactly, no one knew. Anyway, every pet and ferocious beast was different. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Ming looked at Yi Sanyang. Sanyang, next, let me upgrade you. After this period of development, although your knight, which has been upgraded to rank C, it's still not enough. Okay, I'll listen to boss. Yi Sanyang nodded. Previously, when she was still in the Thunder Spirit Villa in Nanjiang City, she had already taken rank C wings of Wind Evolution Food with the help of Wu Ming and transformed to rank C. But since then, she had stopped moving forward. After such a long time, it was time to continue evolving. Rank C Windblade, this is good. Wu Ming selected this rank C evolution food and selected the materials according to the formula. In less than half an hour, he successfully concocted it. Let me try it first. Yi Sanyang stretched out her hand, and a light purple aura appeared in her palm, entangling this evolution food. Soon it was all consumed. So cold. In the process of fusing talents, Yi Sanyang felt that her whole body was bone-chilling, as if she had fallen into an ice hole in the North Pole. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Wu Ming quickly hugged Yi Sanyang. Throughout the process, the two of them did not speak, silently enjoying the silence and warmth of this moment. 10 minutes later, "Boss, I'm done." Yi Sanyang finally could not feel the coldness in her body. She stretched out her hand, and a whirlwind appeared in her palm. As she waved her hand, a wind blade slashed out, cutting through the steel. Clang! The iron frame fell to the ground, making a piercing sound. As expected of rank C wind blade, its destructive power is not bad. I remember that you also have rank C wings of wind. These two talents can complement each other, allowing you to maintain the agility that an assassin should have. Wu Ming scratched the tip of Yi Sanyang's nose. "Yes, it can." Yi Sanyang nodded and stood up. A pair of purple illusory wings appeared behind her back, and her whole body was covered in a faint purple mist, like a shield. Whoosh! She flew out in an instant, dancing in the night sky. Her speed was very fast, and she was very agile. "Very good." Wu Ming looked at this scene and nodded. The current Yi Sanyang was considered an expert at rank C. Especially in the case of a sneak attack, she could make the first move and could possibly kill the opponent in an instant. At night, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Early the next morning, Wu Ming was woken up by the sound of cuckoo, cuckoo. "What's that sound? Why does it sound like a cuckoo bird?" Yi Sanyang was sleepy. She was too tired last night, and, until now, she still felt very sleepy. "Yes, it's a cuckoo bird. However, they have another name, which is Big Cuckoo." Wu Ming nodded. He was very curious. What was the big cuckoo doing here? Tat, tat, tat. Suddenly, the big cuckoo outside the window used its beak to peck at the glass window, making a dense sound. Wu Ming realized something and took out a badge made of brass. There was a skull pattern on the front, and the words "Dark Bazaar" were written on the back. There was a series of numbers at the back. X 9999. This was the Dark Bazaar badge obtained after killing Shi Kaoyang. It belonged to the lowest level, normal level. At this moment, this badge was a little hot. The Dark Bazaar is opened? Wu Ming's eyes flashed as he thought of something. Chapter 427. Before killing Shi Kaoyang, Wu Ming asked a lot of questions about the Dark Bazaar. Under normal circumstances, the badge would be cold. However, once a messenger from the Dark Bazaar approached, the special material inside the badge would become hot. At this time, it meant that a letter had arrived. Wu Ming patted his head. He and Yi Sanyang put on their masks and then opened the window of the bedroom on the second floor. "So, the big cuckoo outside the window is a messenger from the Dark Bazaar?" PFF, PFF, PFF. The big cuckoo outside the window flapped its wings and flew into the room. It landed on the table, tilted its head, and sized up Wu Ming, who was holding the badge in his hand. The two of them also sized up the big cuckoo. Its size was similar to an adult cuckoo, but it was a real pet without rank. Its entire body had been strengthened, and its claws were as sharp as an eagle's. On its left leg, there was a gray coil made of special material. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." The big cuckoo tilted its head and called out. It stretched out its leg and pointed at the badge in Wu Ming's hand. Wu Ming was silent for a moment. Then he stuck the badge on the special coil on the big cuckoo's leg so that the badge was no longer hot. The next moment, the cuckoo carved a line of words on the table with its claws and then flapped its wings and flew away. "It knows how to write." Yi Sanyang was surprised to see this. Wu Ming, on the other hand, closed the window and took off his mask. He looked at the words on the table and found that the writing was quite neat. Obviously, it had been practiced. It looked better than many people's writing. At noon on the 25th, the stone tablet in the east section of the Drifting Sands River. Wu Ming read the words on the table. "So, this is how the Dark Bazaar delivers information. This is the first time I've seen it." Wu Ming looked at Yi Sanyang. "Today is the 24th, right?" "Yes." Yi Sanyang nodded. "That is to say, at noon tomorrow, the Dark Bazaar will open." Wu Ming realized it later. "If so, come with me to the Dark Bazaar tomorrow." "Boss, what is the Dark Bazaar?" I'll explain it to you later. Wu Ming immediately got up and put on his clothes. After memorizing the time and place on the table, he scraped off the words on the table. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming went to the first floor of the pet store and found Netherworld Sovereign sleeping on the table lazily. The remaining evolutionary food on the table had been finished. Meow. When he saw Wu Ming coming down, the Nether Sovereign waved his little paw as if he was greeting him. Then, he continued to sleep. After consuming 5 grade B evolutionary food, it had successfully reached the peak of grade B. However, because the breakthrough was too fast, it always felt a little sleepy. It would be fine after sleeping for a day or two. Wu Ming sat on the sofa. As he opened the system space, the 3 materials, super gel tree, transcendent white cotton stone, and abyssal fruit, immediately appeared. It's time to start forging the 3rd generation dragon scale armor again. Wu Ming shrugged. After consuming 300 evolution points in a row, he called Yi Sanyang over and used her 2nd generation dark gold armor to absorb the juice of the 3 materials, successfully evolving into the 3rd generation dragon scale armor. It's dangerous to go to the Dark Bazaar. I'll be worried if you don't wear the 3rd generation dragon scale armor. Wu Ming explained. Then, he introduced the Dark Bazaar in detail, which surprised Yi Sanyang. I didn't know there was such an underground force. Yi Sanyang was surprised. If that's the case, I'd like to see what the Dark Bazaar is like at noon tomorrow. Wu Ming turned on the computer and looked up the map. Soon, his eyes locked onto the stone tablet in the eastern section of the Quicksand River Mountain Range on the map. This is a scenic spot. Wu Ming was surprised. The Quicksand River Mountain Range was 1,300 kilometers away from the Garian Castle. It was located in the hinterland of the inland and stretched for hundreds of kilometers. In the eastern section of the mountain range, there was a stone tablet as high as 100 meters. This place was a scenic spot. The Dark Bazaar opened here? Was it not afraid of being discovered? Wu Ming was full of doubts. On this day, Wu Ming continued to mix the evolution food and added 3 C-grade talents to Yi Sanyang's Dark Witch. She successfully reached the peak of C-grade, and her strength increased greatly. At night, after dinner, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang took a walk on the street. When they passed by Wu Tianshua's coffee shop, they found that the lights inside were dim. In front of the counter, Wu Tianshua was focused on studying and did not care about the outside world. As expected of a master, he has the spirit of studying. Yi Sanyang could not help but admire him. Yes, this is a real master. Wu Ming nodded and greeted the A-grade Lightning BMW standing in front of the door. He then continued to accompany Yi Sanyang for a walk. Hello, H.E. Wu Ming. Hello, Lord. When the pedestrians on the street saw Wu Ming, they stopped to greet him. Their faces were full of excitement. At first, Wu Ming's identity as the Lord was not exposed. But as time passed, more and more people knew that he had become the Lord of Garian Castle. In this area, he was the king. Hello, everyone. Wu Ming nodded and occasionally responded. Boss, you are really popular, Yi Sanyang said with a charming smile. The walk soon ended. The next morning, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang had breakfast and rested until 9:30 before leaving the pet store. High in the sky, the two of them flew quickly. Wu Ming stepped on the black fog, transformed by the demon atomic beast at a speed of 1 or 200 meters per second. A pair of illusory purple wings appeared behind Yi Sanyang's back. They flapped gently and kept the same speed as Wu Ming. 11:30 in the morning. The two of them successfully arrived at the eastern part of the drifting Sand River mountain range. Thud, thud. They landed on the ground. But because they were all covered in black cloaks, no one knew who they were. Wu Ming looked around and found that something was wrong. Although there were many people in the scenic area, they were all wearing black cloaks or combat suits that could not be seen. They were all beast tamers from all over the world. They were accompanied by their respective pets. Even the weakest ones were level F. Boss, it seems that the scenic area is temporarily closed. Those who can come here today are all beast tamers or trainers who are qualified to enter the Dark Bazaar, Yi Sanyang whispered. Yes, yes. Wu Ming nodded. Everyone continued to wait. During this time, no one came to Wu Ming. Few people talked to each other. They just waited quietly. 12 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 figures appeared nearby. All of them were wearing dark red cloaks and tiger masks. Behind each of them was a ferocious level C wild tiger. On the left side of their chests, they were wearing a silver honorable badge. "They are the receptionists of the Dark Bazaar," someone whispered. At this moment, the receptionist in the middle said loudly, "Distinguished guests, please follow us." 5 minutes later, everyone came to the deepest part of the scenic area. Standing by the river, they found a large cargo ship that was 300 meters long. "The address of the Dark Bazaar is on the ship. Next, please board the ship." The 3 receptionists were guarding the boarding gate. Chapter 428. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, people began to board the ship. Wu Ming looked around and found that there were only about 1,000 people attending the opening of the Dark Bazaar. Among them, there were beast tamers ranging from F to C level. As for the higher B and a level, they had not appeared yet. Anyone who boards the ship must show their badge. One badge can only allow 1 follower at most. The receptionist in the middle spoke loudly. Hearing this, Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Shikao Yang had said that the badge could bring followers, but under normal circumstances, one would not bring followers. After all, the Dark Bazaar was very secretive. No one was willing to reveal it. But Yi Sin Yang was different. To Wu Ming, she was one of the most trustworthy people. A few minutes later, it was Wu Ming and Yi San Yang's turn aboard the ship. Looking at the badge that Wu Ming handed over, a receptionist took out a special instrument to examine it. He nodded and waved his hand, signaling Wu Ming and Yi San Yang to enter the cargo ship. The whole process was smooth. Quite smooth, Wu Ming thought to himself. He and Yi Sin Yang walked side by side, following the other beast tamers and trainers to the large cargo ship's cabin. This place had been specially modified and was very spacious. It looked like a large hall. There was a small tea room, a lounge, a dozen rows of comfortable seats, private rooms, and so on. In the middle, there was an auction stage. "Boss, what do we do next?" It was Yi San Yang's first time boarding the Dark Bazaar's ship. She looked around curiously. "Let's take a look first," Wu Ming said. At this moment, someone threw bags of various sizes to some scantily dressed and curvaceous receptionists. Then, they categorized the items and brought them to the auction stage to start bidding. Wu Ming and Yi San Yang observed for a while. There were many auction items, but not every item could be sold. It seemed that the people who entered the Dark Bazaar were mixed. The items they sold were also different. Because Wu Ming was carrying an ordinary badge, along the way, no receptionist looked at them for more than 3 seconds. How realistic! Wu Ming shrugged and took out a half-meter-long, triangular cone-shaped bone spur. It shone brightly and attracted the attention of the surrounding people. "What material is this? A C-class direbeast bone spike? Good stuff." Many customers wearing masks started to discuss. Some of them came in groups and knew each other. This way, it was safer and they didn't have to be afraid of being robbed. "Hello, guest." A receptionist immediately walked over and smiled at Wu Ming. "I'm receptionist number 9, Quan Kai-chan. Is there anything I can help you with?" Quan Kai-chan was also a beast tamer, but her pet was only a 3-tailed white fox. Her rank was not high, but her judgment was not bad. In addition, he had an energy wave detector on him that could detect the grade of certain materials. Those who could casually take out C-grade materials, even if they couldn't keep up with the honorable customers, weren't bad either. Ordinary customers couldn't compare to them. At a time like this, they naturally had to receive him well. Wu Ming sneered inwardly at Quan Saichuan's snobbishness. He thought to himself that in the world of pets, strength spoke louder than words. As for this receptionist, as long as she had money and power, tonight, you could ask her to put on a big, talented 10, 9, or other pose. Therefore, Wu Ming appeared to be indifferent. He said, "Take this to the auction." Okay. Quan Kai-chan didn't think much of Wu Ming's indifference. As far as she was concerned, it was normal for such high-end customers to have a temper. 3 minutes later, on the stage, receptionist number 9, Quan Kai-chan, placed the C-Class Dire Beast spike on the table, which immediately attracted the attention of dozens of customers. Hello, everyone. This is a spike from the head of a C-Class Dire Beast. It's sharp, incisive, and full of killing intent. It can be used to refine fine cold weapons or to integrate it with pets. The starting price is 6 million pet coins. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Now let's begin. Quan Kai-chun began her explanation. The Dark Bazaar never asked where the goods came from. As long as the goods could be brought out, they could be auctioned. Besides, the price would be higher than the ones outside. 6,100,000. 6,200,000. 1 minute later, the auction came to an end. This C-Class Dire Beast was bought at the price of 7,300,000 by a beast tamer sitting on the back of a D-Class tortoise pet. There are more here. Let's continue. At this moment, Wu Ming waved his hand and threw the remaining C-Grade Sword King bird thrusts on the ground. Then, he took out an even bigger B-Grade Sword King bird thrusts. He threw those things on the ground casually, as if he were throwing away garbage. Behind the masks, the onlookers gradually turned pale and their pupils dilated. B-Class Dire Beast. There are several C-Class Dire Beasts. Could it be that they are the mysterious people who profited from the Typhoon Air Hunter 2 days ago? I don't think so. I think that man and woman are probably the subordinates of the third force that killed the Dire Beast and the Sun and Wong families. They are here to settle the debt. The beast tamers around whispered to each other. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a large number of footsteps were approaching. The onlookers looked over and saw a dozen people. They were all wearing honorable badges on their chests. The pets around them were either B-Class or C-Class. Did you do it? One of them stared at Wu Ming and asked fiercely. Wu Ming speculated that this person was most likely from the Sun or Wong family, but he was not worried at all. It was number 2 B-Class Dire Beast that killed President Sun, Mr. Sun, and Mr. Wong, not him. He was just taking advantage of the situation and had nothing to fear. In response to these people's questions, Wu Ming looked coldly at Quan Kai-chun and said, "Auction." Okay. Quan Kai-chun nodded. The stricter Wu Ming was, the more she felt this man was domineering. She immediately looked at the B-Class and C-Class beast tamers and said seriously, "Attention, please. This is the Dark Bazaar." Tap, tap, tap. More footsteps were approaching. Vaguely, everyone could hear the deep breathing of a beast. It was as if it was ringing in everyone's mind. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw the door of a private room open. A tall figure wearing a golden cloak and a golden mask walked out. Beside her was a peak B-Class lion tiger beast. Her silver eyes, which are the size of ping-pong balls, looked around coldly. At this moment, except for Wu Ming, everyone felt a huge pressure. They quickly swallowed their saliva. Wu Ming looked at the golden-robed person. On the left side of the man's chest, there was a golden badge. It shone brightly and covered everyone present. "It's number 9, someone shouted. Then, all the receptionists, including number 9 receptionist Quan Kai-chun, knelt down on one knee and saluted the golden-robed person. "Greetings, Duchess Yamina." Their voices were loud and could be heard everywhere. Chapter 429. Duke. Everyone was taken aback. Dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and dukes were considered the top nobles. The mysterious man in the golden robe was not only one of the 9 leaders of the Dark Bazaar, but also a duke. His status was as high as that of a major family. The Sun family and the Wong family were like deflated balloons. They stood where they were, not daring to complain. "I'm one of the 9 founders of the Dark Bazaar. You can call me Duke Yamina." Duke Yamina's voice was heard. She was a woman. Just his voice alone was filled with boundless dominance and nobility, causing many people to feel small and insignificant. There is a rule in the Dark Bazaar that no fighting is allowed here. You can settle your grudges after the bazaar is over and you leave this place. But now no. Duke Yamina's voice was cold. "Sorry, we were rude." The Sun family and the Wong family apologized at once. The Dark Bazaar was a mysterious force. It was said that only the Pet Alliance could suppress them. The Sun family and the Wang family alone were not qualified to compete with the Dark Bazaar. At this moment, even if the ashes of their ancestors were to be auctioned, they would have to grit their teeth and accept it. Okay, then let's continue. Duke Yamina nodded. She glanced at Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang and went back to the private room. On the auction stage, Quan Kai-chun took a deep breath and began the auction of the B and C-class King of Swords Bird Stings. 6, 5 million, 7 million. Soon, all the C-class King of Swords were auctioned off. The average price was 7, 5 million. As for the B-class King of Swords, the starting price was 50 million. After a round of bidding, the B-class King of Swords Bird Stings was sold at 65 million. Honorable guest, is there anything else I can help you with? Quan Kai-chun walked over and gave Wu Ming a charming and enchanting smile. Her heart was already blooming with joy. 5% of the transaction price of the items sold in the Dark Bazaar would go to the Dark Bazaar as a commission fee. As the auctioneer, she could take 1/10 of the commission fee. Therefore, she had just made 500,000. Once she made 10 million, she could redeem herself and leave the Dark Bazaar to enjoy life outside. For her, Wu Ming was a money tree. Of course, there are many other things. Wu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, he threw some precious B-grade materials such as canine teeth, sharp claws, eyeballs, and horns on the ground. Those were usable materials from the berserk gorilla, unicorn mountain lizard, and winged azure dragon. This bastard. As expected, they were the ones who ambushed and killed our director's son, Old Sun, and Director Wang. I'm so angry. The people from the Sun and Wang families gnashed their teeth. The other guests were watching the show calmly. There were more than 1,000 guests present. More than 80% of them were ordinary customers wearing ordinary badges. They came from various large cities and were all beastmasters below C rank. As for the rest of the guests wearing silver badges, they were all at least C-level beast tamers. Most of them came from large factions like the 6 major families of Nanjiang City and the 4 major worlds of Donghai City. They were very happy to see the Sun and Wang families suffer. After all, they were competitors. B-grade horn, starting price, 30 million pet coins. B-grade claw, starting price, 30 million pet coins. A pair of Class B canine teeth, starting price, 8 million pet coins. Quan Kai-chun was in charge of the auction. The beastmasters present were not in need of money. Soon, more than a dozen B-grade materials were sold. In the end, the total price reached 200 million. Including the Sword King Bird's Lunge, Wu Ming had earned more than 300 million. Hello, sir. This is your purple card. After deducting the 5% service charge, the card has been topped up with 310 million. Quan Kai-chun took a purple card and handed it to Wu Ming. 300 million. Not bad. Wu Ming took over the purple card with a big smile on his face. But since he was wearing armor and a cloak, no one could see his expression at the moment. My friend, do you want to make a deal? At this moment, many guests wearing honorable badges walked over and stood next to Wu Ming. I need herbs, Wu Ming said. We have them. The guests laughed. How about this? Let's go to the private room. Sure. Wu Ming nodded. In the private room, Wu Ming looked at the cloaked people sitting in front of him. He could not see their faces at all, but through the observation of the Eye of Insight, he knew their identities. These people were all from Donghai City's Su family. The leader was a B-grade beast tamer. The rest were all young people. One of them was a C-grade beast tamer, and the other 3 were D-grade beastmasters. They were probably here to broaden their horizons with the elders of the family. What herbs do you have? Wu Ming asked. These. The B-grade beast tamer of the Su family placed his hand on the table. A glow appeared in his palm. Then 15 treasure boxes appeared out of thin air. Yo, your pets also have spatial storage talents? Wu Ming pretended to be surprised. My friend, don't you have them too? The B-grade beast tamer of the Su family smiled. Check these herbs first. If you think they're good, we can make a deal on the spot. I'm sure. Wu Ming nodded. No matter how much money he had, it was useless if he could not convert it into strength. After Wu Ming auctioned off these hot potatoes, he exchanged them for money. His purpose was to buy precious herbs. As he spoke, he opened the treasure boxes. 100-year-old flash spirit fruit. 80-year-old green top Ganoderma. 50-year-old concentrating spirit incense. Wu Ming looked at the herbs in the treasure boxes and could not help but exclaim in surprise. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. How much? We are making a deal in private. If you want all of them, then the price is 50 million. The B-grade beast tamer of the Su family extended his hand. Quan Kai-chun, who was beside him, could not help but hold her breath. She had followed along to help complete the deal. This was because 5% of the money generated during the transaction of these herbs would be used as a service fee. This was the rule of the Dark Bazaar. No one dared to go against it. Okay, 50 million then. Wu Ming nodded. He took out the purple card that Quan Kai-chun gave him and withdrew 50 million from it. As for the 15 treasure boxes on the table, they were all taken away by Wu Ming. I look forward to working with you. The B-grade beast tamer of the Su family extended his hand to Wu Ming. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Ming shook hands with him. Then, the two groups of people left the private room. As Wu Ming left the private room, people immediately surrounded him. Friend, I have precious materials here. Do you want to make a deal? Everyone who came today knew that Wu Ming had more than 300 million pet coins in his purple card. He was not short of money and could make a deal on the spot. I'm only interested in herbs and special materials, Wu Ming said, looking at those people. We have the herbs. Let's do the deal in the private room. Sure. Soon, the deal was done again. Not far away, in an open tea room. The group of people from the Sun family and the Wang family stared at Wu Ming's private room. Their eyes were filled with anger. They could not wait to rush up and kill him. Chapter 430. In the tea room, a sea-level beast tamer from the Sun family said in a deep voice, Sir, I've used the energy wave detector. One of them is at the peak of sea level, and the other is undetectable. The man called Sir frowned. Are you sure you can't detect them? Yes. There's no way to detect them at all. The sea-level beast tamer nodded. He also found it strange. The detector they brought was very advanced. Even if the other party was at the A level, it could detect them, unless the other party was at the S level. Otherwise, it was impossible to escape detection. Could it be S rank? One of the beast masters swallowed hard, shock written all over his face behind the mask. Slap. The man called Sir slapped the man's head and scolded. Bullsh asterisk T. Do you think S levels are cabbages? Top-level beast tamers of this level basically only exist in the headquarters of the Pet Alliance. How could they appear here? After being scolded, the man looked aggrieved. The Sir looked at the room where Wu Ming was and said coldly, I think these people are at most C level or B level. After the opening of the Dark Bazaar today, go out and surround them. Yes. Everyone nodded. In the room, Wu Ming spent 30 million pet coins and bought many precious herbs. After chatting with the other party for a while, he shook hands and continued with another transaction. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. Wu Ming walked out of the room. Finally, there were no other guests around him. Only Yi Sen-yang was with him. It's finally over. Wu Ming's mouth showed a bitter smile. He had sold so many C-level and B-level materials that day and earned a total of more than 300 million. However, he had spent a lot because he bought precious herbs such as concentration incense, green top Ganoderma, flash spirit fruit, and so on. Boss, you really spend money like water, Yi Sen-yang exclaimed. She followed Wu Ming and knew clearly that in order to buy herbs, Wu Ming had spent as much as 280 million pet coins in just 1 hour. The balance in that purple card was only 30 million. Honorable guest, hello. When you need it, you can withdraw the money from your purple card from any bank. Number 9 receptionist Quan Kai-chun said coquettishly. Oh, got it. Wu Ming nodded. Are there any other programs? Quan Kai-chun said, there's an auction for treasures sent by some big shots who are unwilling to show their faces. If you're interested, you can wait a little longer. All right. Wu Ming and Yi Sen-yang sat in a resting tea room. Opposite them was the Sun family and Wang family's teams. Although they didn't show up, everyone present knew that these people were from the Sun and Wang families. On the seat, Wu Ming sat far away and hugged Yi San Yang's slender waist. He wanted to drink tea, but in order not to expose his face, he could only stare blankly and did not drink a single drop of water. However, the dark bazaar usually only lasted for half a day. They could go back to eat and drink after the market closed. 10 minutes later, more and more people sat in their seats, and a number plate appeared beside them. If there was a need, they could raise their number during the auction. Just do as I say. Do you hear me? At this moment, a low roar came from the tea room next to Wu Ming's. He looked over subconsciously. It was a person covered in a cloak. He looked tall and strong, about 2 meters tall. He should be a strong man. Sensing the gaze of the people around him, the strong man glared at Wu Ming and scolded, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your dog eyes out." Hearing this, Wu Ming was stunned. "Damn, just one look and you want to dig my eyes out?" Wu Ming was happy. Looking down, he noticed that on the left side of the muscular man's chest, there was a silver noble badge. On the other hand, he was only wearing an ordinary bronze badge. On the surface, Wu Ming's status was certainly not as high as the strong man. No wonder the other party looked down on him. That's not right. Under normal circumstances, people in this kind of situation would be very low-key, right? Soon, Wu Ming realized that something was wrong. "What are you looking at? Do you want to die?" At this moment, the strong man scolded some of the ordinary guests who were looking at him from the other side. He had many enemies, and it was hard to understand. Wu Ming was even more curious. He felt that this strong man was deliberately causing trouble. Could it be this strong man wanted to make enemies on purpose? After leaving the dark bazaar, there would be people who were unhappy and wanted to kill him. Then, he would kill them instead, using this method to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Wu Ming felt that it was very possible. So, he opened his insightful eye and observed the strong man. Name, Berserk Ape, grade, Peak C, status, irritable, talent, C grade Gaia Force, C grade Berserk Assault, C grade Mountain Cracking Fist, identity, Laboratory Elite Field Specialist, remark, the body of a Berserk Ape, but grafted with human consciousness, becoming a special life form similar to an ape warrior, commonly known as New Human. Seeing this, Wu Ming's heart could not help but beat faster. People from the laboratory. Damn, he finally saw the real person of this force again. Wu Ming was very excited. Until today, he still remembered the laboratory's researcher, Li Daliang. This person deliberately set up a trap to confuse everyone, creating the illusion that he was an ape warrior, the demonic mountain giant ape, slaughtering everyone. It could be said that this person was very evil. Moreover, during the competition in the Sunset Forest beside Nanjiang City, the people from the laboratory even tried to kill him. Wu Ming had long decided to eradicate this force. After leaving the Dark Bazaar, I'll see how you die. Wu Ming looked at the berserk ape in the laboratory and sneered in his heart. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the sound of clapping was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure even sexier and more graceful than Quan Kaichun walk out and stand on the auction stage. Hello, everyone. I'm number 1 receptionist, Wen Jing. I'll be hosting the next auction. In order not to take up the precious time of our distinguished guests, we'll now start the auction of the first item. Wen Jing spoke softly. At this moment, the other receptionists carried trays and placed the treasures on the auction stage. The projection screen behind them showed the relevant photos and text descriptions. The first item, the Blue Spirit Gem. This treasure was excavated from the bottom of the Longwater River. It came from the Azure capital 300 years ago and is at the C rank. The Blue Spirit Gem has the ability to enhance a pet's spirit. Wearing it every day can also beautify a pet's appearance. The starting price is 4 million pet coins. Wen Jing pointed to a blue gem on the table and introduced it slowly. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and the seductive smile on her face had captivated many guests. 2,200,000, 3,300,000, 6 million. All of a sudden, someone increased the price by over 1 million, which stunned everyone. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at the tea room next to him. The one who made the bid was the berserk ape from the laboratory. Chapter 4:31. Do you have nowhere to spend your money? That's right, bad luck. Many guests saw that the price had risen to more than 6 million. The corners of their mouths twitched, and they stopped bidding. A bunch of poor bastards. After the berserk ape got the sapphire, he mocked the people around him and then crossed his arms with a hideous grin on his face. Damn it. Many people were angry. They were ready to kill this rude dog after leaving the dark bazaar. Then the auction continued. The berserk ape was very rich. Of the more than 100 auction items, he bought more than a dozen by himself. Many of them were gems and herbs that were greatly beneficial to pets' improvement. This guy is deliberately fishing. Wu Ming muttered to himself. The berserk ape did this in order to be hated by others. Then they would go after him and be killed by him, making more money. Of course, some people knew that the berserk ape was fishing. These people were more cautious and did not bother to pay attention to him. 4:00 in the afternoon. Hello, everyone, this auction is over. Thank you for coming. Next, see you next time. Receptionist number 1 Jing said with a smile. Let's go, let's go. Everyone left one after another. Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang stood side by side, nodding to some guests who had made deals before and walked towards the exit of the ship. 10 minutes later, on the deck, all the guests looked at the vast sea around them, their eyes full of surprise. What's going on? A guest said angrily. Guests, don't be agitated. Wen Jing walked over and said to the more than 1,000 guests on the deck, since you boarded the ship, our ship has been sailing towards the sea. Now, it is about 200 kilometers away from the coastline. As she spoke, Wen Jing pointed to the west. That was the coastline. Damn it, my plan has been messed up by you. Some beast tamers slapped the armrest angrily. Some are ready to intercept and kill other guests. However, the ship had come to the sea. The view here was broad, and it was difficult to ambush. Many people's plans were messed up. Even the berserk ape was dumbfounded at the moment. Then, he glared at Wen Jing fiercely. Damn it, how do you want me to go to the land? It's 200 kilometers away. Everyone, there is a yacht on the island not far away. The dark bazaar has covered the cost of going to the land. Wen Jing pointed a few kilometers away. There was a resort-like island there. It was more than 10 kilometers long and a few kilometers wide. There were many high-end yachts there. Goodbye. Many beast tamers immediately stood on their pets and crossed several kilometers of sea surface to reach the island. Then, they changed to yachts and headed for the coast. Let's go too. Wu Ming held Yi Yang's hand and soared into the sky under everyone's envious gazes, flying towards the coast. F***CK, they can fly. What kind of pet is that? How can it be so awesome? I think it's a pet that has merged with its body. It's probably a parasite. Look at that pair of purple wings. They look so cool. Many beast tamers looked at the backs of Wu Ming and Yi Yang as they left, their eyes filled with envy. Chase after them. The Sun family and the Long family had Class C wing dragons. They hurried to get on their backs and set off. The people of the major forces remained silent. It was too common to start fighting after leaving the Dark Bazaar. Otherwise, why would only 1,000 or so people come when so many ordinary badges were given out? Except for some people who happened to be busy or didn't want to come this time because they didn't lack anything, the rest were probably dead. If they didn't even have people, of course they couldn't come. On the sea surface, Wu Ming and Yi Yang faced the sea breeze. But because they were wearing armor, they couldn't feel the softness of the wind. Boss, they're catching up. It's okay. Let's go to a dense forest by the sea and wait for them to catch up. Okay. Yi Yang realized that a great battle was about to begin. High in the sky, the two parties, one chasing and one fleeing, were both close to 200 meters per second. They were getting closer and closer to the sea. On the other side, the berserk ape was sitting on a yacht with dozens of beast tamers chasing behind him. The coldness in his eyes gradually deepened. Fishing success. The berserk ape sneered and commanded the yacht to rush to the shore at the fastest speed, ready to attack when he got there. 15 minutes later, by the sea, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang fell into a coconut forest that was dozens of meters high, waiting for the Sun family and the Wang family. 1 minute later, dozens of beast tamers landed on the ground. Beside them, there was a large group of pet beasts, staring at Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang fiercely. "What? You want to give me a gift?" Wu Ming said with a smile. "Give you a asterisk S." A sea-level beast tamer was angry. "Son of a bitch, is it the force behind you that killed our Mr. Sun, and Mr. Wang?" "No." Wu Ming shook his head. This answer caused everyone to be stunned. Mr. Sun, and Mr. Wang were killed by the Sword King bird. "It has nothing to do with us," Wu Ming continued. The Sun family and the Wang family were even angrier. "Huh, do you think we'll believe you? A B-level Sword King bird is worthy of killing our Mr. Sun, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Sun? That's right. You don't even have a draft when you're lying." This group of people got angrier as they spoke. Wu Ming spread his hands and said, "So what do you want? I'm telling the truth, but you don't listen. What do you think? Hand over the things and disable your pet beasts. Come back to the Wang family with us and await your punishment," a sea-level beast tamer threatened. Yi Sanyang stepped forward and said angrily, "How dare you? Little woman, you'll enjoy it later." A brawny man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said with a smile. At this moment, he had taken off his mask and was looking at Yi Sanyang with a lustful gaze. In his opinion, it didn't matter what a woman with such an explosive figure looked like. Anyway, it was the same with the lights off. "Can't we reconcile?" Wu Ming asked in the end. "Reconcile? Wait until you're dead," the brawny man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said with a smile. "Cut the crap." The B-level beast tamer, who had been silent all this time, said. This person was the steward of the Sun family. He stared at Wu Ming and said, "Don't blame us for being ruthless. Do it." Whoosh! The pet beasts around him rushed forward and surrounded Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang, ready to crush them to death. But at this moment, a strange force field broke out and froze the group of people from the Sun family and the Wang family in midair. What's going on?" The steward of the Sun family turned pale with fright. "Nothing. I'm just sending you on your way." Wu Ming waved his hand. Netherworld Sovereign, who was hiding in the cloak, rushed out. The powerful B-level talent, Sharp Claw, was activated. With just one claw, the steward of the Sun family was killed. Then it went on a killing spree. As if it had entered in no man's land, it cut the steward's B-level pet in half. "How dare you attack the boss? Die!" Yi Sanyang went out and used her C-level talent, Windblade, to kill the remaining C-level and D-level pets and beast tamers. Since then, the surroundings were quiet. Chapter 432. In the Coconut Forest. The ghost cat jumped back onto Wu Ming's body and hid in the black cloak, not emitting any aura. Even an A-grade detector could not detect it. "Boss, I've settled it too." Yi Sanyang returned to Wu Ming's side, looking enchanting and charming. "Very good." Wu Ming caressed Yi Sanyang's face through the armor. He looked around and shouted in a certain direction, "Duke Yamina, the show is over. You can come out now." Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from the depths of the coconut forest. Then, a tall figure in a golden robe walked over, followed by a peak B-grade liger beast. This person was Duke Yamina. As expected of Wu Ming. "You're really amazing. It seems that the world has seriously underestimated you." Duke Yamina smiled. "Oh." Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. "You know me? Is it because of the big cuckoo that delivers the letters?" "Yes." Duke Yamina nodded. "All the customers in the dark bazaar come from, who they are, and what their wealth and ability are. We basically know everything." "Basically?" Wu Ming smiled. "Yes. Some people hide too well. Even we don't know who they are," Duke Yamina said. Wu Ming nodded. It was difficult to know the specific identity of each customer just by relying on the big cuckoo that delivered the letters. It was already very impressive to be able to grasp the basic information of most people. "To show my sincerity, how about we meet and have a good chat?" At this moment, Duke Yamina took off her golden mask and the battle armor on her face. An angel's face with a high nose and blue eyes appeared. This was a standard Westerner. Diana was of mixed blood and had the blood of two places, while Yamina was of complete Western descent. She stood where she was. She was tall and had three-dimensional facial features. She had an exotic charm. Interesting. Wu Ming took off his hood and removed the armor on his face, revealing a handsome face. What's the matter? This is a silver noble badge. It belongs to you. Yamina opened her palm. Wu Ming looked over. Engraved on the back of the badge was the serial number, Wu Ming -8888. You came prepared. Wu Ming looked at the name on the serial number. You expected me to accept it? Duke Yamina smiled. You are a genius trainer, and you are very strong. You also control the trillion-dollar Thunder Spirit conglomerate, and you are Master Wu Tianchua's teacher. Do you think I would miss the chance to make friends with someone like you? Okay. Wu Ming accepted the badge, accepting Duke Yamina's goodwill. As for the normal grade X, 9999 badge, it was given to Yi Sanyang by Wu Ming. Wu Ming, how about selling these to me? I'll give you 100 million. Yamei pointed at the pet carcass on the ground, ready to do Wu Ming another favor. Sure. Wu Ming agreed. He squatted on the ground and stroked the pets, taking the opportunity to convert the evolution points inside. He pretended to be regretful. Sigh. Such precious materials are too cheap for the dark bazaar. Duke Yamina smiled indifferently. Wu Ming really knows how to take advantage of others. 100 million is already a premium. It's impossible that you don't know. Haha, that's true. Wu Ming retracted his hand. He had obtained 10,000 evolution points and 100 million pet coins from this conversion. It was a huge profit in itself. It was enough to stop while he was ahead. This is a purple card for you. There's 100 million inside. Duke Yamina handed over a purple card. You're really well prepared. Wu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Duke Yamina was really careful, methodical, and well prepared. She had considered all aspects. The other party had predicted that he would accept the deal. She had even brought a purple card with 100 million in it. Thank you for the compliment. Duke Yamina revealed a charming, seductive, and flirtatious smile. Even Wu Ming couldn't help but have a reaction. Let's go. Goodbye. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Wu Ming hurriedly took Yi Sanyang's hand and quickly soared into the sky, leaving the coconut forest. On the ground, Duke Yamina put on her mask again. Clap, clap, clap. As she clapped her hands gently, dozens of workers in protective suits immediately walked over with various tools and began to clean up the pet corpses. At a low altitude of dozens of meters, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang flew in a certain direction by the sea. Before leaving, he released a few worker bees to secretly follow the berserk ape in a laboratory. They were still following. Laboratory, berserk ape. You're dead meat. Wu Ming sneered. He took Yi Sanyang and flew over unhurriedly. He was prepared to wait for the others to enter the berserk ape's ambush before looking for the right time to attack. In a valley by the sea, the berserk ape took out a walkie-talkie and said, Calling. This is berserk ape. Please reply if you copy. 3 seconds later, the walkie-talkie sounded. Berserk eagle copy. Berserk eagle copy. Please report the address. A sharp voice sounded. Calling. Berserk ape is on the west side of Chongluo Island, a holiday island on the east coast. There's a valley here. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Berserk ape hurriedly roared. Roger. Berserk ape, please hold on for 3 minutes. Berserk eagle's voice sounded again. Hearing this, berserk ape grinned. Hee. Reinforcements had arrived. He put away the walkie-talkie, took out a signal stick, and pulled it open. It emitted a thick pink smoke that soared into the sky like a beacon. It was very eye-catching. Let's go. Berserk ape threw the signal stick into the center of the valley and then hid in the dense forest. Not far away, a large group of pets and beast tamers rushed over. When they saw the pink smoke, their faces were filled with anger. This guy is calling for reinforcements. What are you afraid of? That's right. Those of us who dared to come. who didn't know that this person would call for reinforcements. However, does he really think that he's the only one who has reinforcements? We have them too. This large group of beast tamers didn't panic at all. They weren't fools. Berserk Ape was so arrogant. It must have something to rely on, but they also had powerful backers behind them. They weren't afraid at all. Moreover, these backers were also on their way. In the valley, Berserk Ape hid in a cave. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he secretly looked at the dozens of large pets flying above. I'm safe. Berserk Ape laughed evilly. High in the sky, a huge black eagle was soaring. Its eyes were filled with coldness. Its rank was the same as Berserk Ape's at the peak of Class C. Not far behind him, dozens of Class D and several Class C black eagles were circling. The lineup was very powerful. Further behind in the clouds and mist, there was a faint low roar. That was a Class B pet, more than 10 kilometers away. Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang were still flying slowly at a low altitude. Finally, they arrived at the top of a mountain and sat on a rock to watch the show. The show is about to begin, Wu Ming murmured. Chapter 433. High up in the sky, many large pets spread their wings and flew high. Many beast tamers and powerful pets were standing on their backs. There were all of Class D and Class C among them. As for Class B, they had not appeared yet. Blow it up, a beast tamer shouted. The pet under him immediately spat out light cannons. The cannons landed in the valley and caused a violent explosion. Instantly, a large amount of soil flew up into the sky. The noise was earth-shattering. Damn it! The Berserk Ape was furious. He was carrying a suitcase with many treasures that were worth tens of millions. If it was blown up, the loss would be huge. The Berserk Ape had no choice but to run away with the suitcase. Since he was moving at high speed, he was very eye-catching. Soon, he was spotted by other beast tamers. Over there! Blow it up! Everyone chased after him. Boom, boom, boom. Many pets spat out energy waves that turned the ground upside down. The Berserk Ape was also sent flying and smashed into the mountain wall. You animals! The Berserk Ape was buried under the ruins, cursing. Right at this moment, a large group of black eagles swooped down. The one leading the group was the lab's reinforcement, the Berserk Eagle. Berserk Ape, hang in there. We are coming. The Berserk Eagle shouted. A large group of eagles followed behind him. When they arrived in the sky above the valley, they quickly went to kill those pets. Roar! Miserable cries came one after another. Immediately, several pets were killed and fell down. At the top of the mountain, Wu Ming used the Eye of Insight to observe. He found that the Berserk Eagle in the sky was also a new human being. Its body was that of a peak Class C pet, the Berserk Eagle. Its consciousness was that of a person in the lab. The black eagles were his subordinates. All of them were real pets. Basically, they were of Class D and Class E and had strong combat abilities. Shriek! The Berserk Eagle let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings and arrived under a Class D pet. It made a sliding movement and slashed with its sharp claws. Rip! The Class D pet's stomach was cut open and it died on the spot. Whoosh! Some pets used Blizzard to try to freeze the Berserk Eagle. However, at this moment, the Berserk Ape on the ground flew up and punched the Class D pet that was using Blizzard. Ha ha ha! It felt so good. Who asked you to chase after me just now? Are you all dead now? The Berserk Ape laughed loudly. After that, it was almost a massacre. The pets of the major forces were no match for the wild ape and the wild eagle. Most of them were killed, and the rest began to flee. You're courting death. Right then, several pets swooped down from the sky. The one in the lead was a four-winged lion, a Class B pet. It was 6 meters tall and had 4 wings. As soon as it appeared, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out blazing flames, attacking the Berserk Eagle, Berserk Ape, and the other laboratory personnel. Run! The Berserk Ape stood on the back of the Berserk Eagle and turned pale with fright. I don't need you to remind me. I know. The Berserk Eagle cursed as it hurriedly rose vertically narrowly dodging the B-rank four-winged wild lion's flame assault. However, the remaining black eagles were not so lucky. A small part of it was engulfed by the flames, emitting a burnt smell that permeated the entire valley. Bang, bang, bang. Quite a few black eagles were burned to death and fell to the ground. The surface of their bodies had already been carbonized, and it was extremely serious. This is horrifying. The berserk eagle and the berserk ape swallowed their saliva and flew toward the clouds in the sky. It's too late to run. The four-winged wild lion's beast tamer was sitting on the back of the lion, protected by a faint red light shield. This was the B-rank four-winged wild lion's talent, the blazing light shield. Under normal circumstances, not even B-rank offensive talents could break the blazing light shield. It was a very powerful defensive talent. Roar! Right then, a muffled roar came from the clouds, dispersing the clouds nearby, revealing the powerful pet behind the four-winged wild lion. It was a vampire count. The vampire count was in the shape of a human, 2 meters tall, but its body was purple in color. Its muscles were extremely strong, and there was a pair of bat-like wings on its back, wrapped in a purple glow. Its upper canines were well developed, 3 centimeters beyond its lips. Its face was full of ferocity, which was frightening. Kill! The B-rank vampire count swooped down, waved its sharp claws, and pierced the B-rank four-winged wild lion, knocking it away. Then, the vampire count pursued the four-winged wild lion. Roar! The four-winged wild lion's flesh was lacerated. It quickly increased the range of its B-rank blazing light shield until it covered its entire body. Finally, it blocked the claws of the B-rank vampire count. Which faction are you from? The four-winged wild lion beastmaster asked coldly. I am your father. The B-rank vampire count charged forward, reaching the top of the beast tamer's head in an instant. It waved its shining claws, and with a clang, it struck the blazing light shield. The blazing light shield caved in. This scene made the beast tamer's expression change. Fortunately, the blazing light shield was only caved in and not broken. This made the beast tamer's expression turn from shock to joy. Haha, it's useless. He commanded the four-winged wild lion to make a sharp turn, circling behind the vampire count, and sent him flying with a slap. Then, it spat out blazing flames, enveloping the vampire count. Ha, you are dead. The B-rank beast tamer laughed. Between the clouds. Seeing this scene, the wild eagle and the wild ape showed no fear. Instead, they showed a ferocious smile. How dare he use magic talent on the Lord Count? He is really courting death. Doesn't he know that the Lord Count can absorb energy? He is dead. The two of them kept laughing. In the sky above the valley, the vampire count from the laboratory was engulfed by the blazing flames. However, he did not scream, nor was he ignited. Instead, he bathed in the flames, and the aura on his body gradually strengthened. He lowered his head and looked at his pair of sharp claws. As he continued to absorb the heat from the flames, his pair of claws gradually became hot and red. After that, they even turned golden. Very good. The vampire count took a deep breath, and the smile on his face gradually became perverted. Even his eyes turned purple gold. Soon, the four-winged wild lion stopped spitting flames and floated in the air, gasping for breath. Obviously, spitting out so much flames just now was a huge consumption for him. Haha, let me see if the vampire count is dead. How could this be? When the four-winged wild lion beast tamer looked at the sky, the arrogant expression on his face gradually stiffened. Then, it turned into a look of deep shock and disbelief. In the air, bathed in the purple gold flames, the vampire count flew slowly with a ferocious smile on his face. Next die, the flesh wings on the vampire count's back flapped vigorously. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away from the four-winged wild lion's back. How could this be? The four-winged wild lion's master could not believe it. The next moment, the vampire count's blazing right claw slashed down, tearing apart the blazing light shield and splitting the four-winged wild lion beast tamer in half. Then he attacked again. A claw pierced through the back of the four-winged wild lion's head. This B-rank pet died on the spot. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Chapter 434. On a mountain. Wu Ming and Yi Senyang were watching a show. Boss, why isn't the vampire earl burned to death by the B-grade flames? Instead, he's getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that he has a talent that can devour heat? Yi Senyang was very curious. Because they were far away, she couldn't hear the conversation between the berserk ape and the berserk eagle in the clouds. Wu Ming nodded and said, "You guessed right. The vampire earl has a B-grade talent called energy absorption. As long as it's not an energy magic talent of a higher level than his own, he can absorb its energy and temporarily strengthen his combat strength. This vampire earl is a B-grade, so he can absorb any energy magic attack of B-grade and below. If the external energy continues to be output, he can increase his combat strength to the peak of B-grade. With this talent, as long as he doesn't die and doesn't encounter any special circumstances, he's almost invincible in a battle between B-grades." Hearing this, Yi Senyang was greatly surprised. It seemed that the heroes of the world really couldn't be underestimated. Not only were they strong in combat at the same level, but the other pets also had strong talents. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. "Boss, can we kill him?" Yi Senyang frowned slightly. Wu Ming nodded and said, "Of course. Even if we don't use our trump cards, killing him will be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The vampire earl can only devour energy magic talents. When it encounters physical damage, there's no way to absorb it. For example, cut the throat." At this point, Wu Ming made a beheading gesture. Above the valley, many beast tamers had already fled in all directions after seeing the four-winged lion being killed. They didn't dare to look back at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The berserk eagle carried the berserk ape and descended from the clouds, revealing a flattering smile at the B-grade vampire earl. "Lord Earl, you're amazing," both of them said in unison. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Today, we harvested another B-grade pet and a large group of D-grade and C-grade pets. We can earn at least 1 or 200 million. The vampire earl laughed sinisterly. For him, making money was too easy. Launching a small war could earn hundreds of millions. As long as he accumulated 1 billion more wealth, he could find an A-grade master to obtain evolutionary food suitable for him. With that, there was hope for him to reach a class. Let's postpone the cleaning of the battlefield. A discordant voice resounded above the valley, attracting the attention of the vampire earl, berserk ape, and berserk eagle. In midair, 2 cloaked figures hovered in the air, as if they had appeared out of thin air. They just stood there, surrounded by a faint purple-black fog, appearing very mysterious. "It's you." The berserk ape pointed at Wu Ming and was greatly surprised. "Who is this?" The vampire earl looked at the berserk ape. The berserk ape's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained. "Lord Count, this person sold many things in the Dark Bazaar, worth several hundred million. The materials of the Typhoon Sky Hunter and the materials of the 3 Class B pets of the Sun family and the Wang family of Nanjiang City were all sold in the Dark Bazaar. It is said that the person behind him is the third party that was released in the news." As he spoke up to hear, the violent ape hurriedly looked around. "There's no need to look. It's just the 2 of us." Wu Ming smiled. Hearing this, the vampire earl frowned slightly and crossed his arms. His pair of sharp claws were still pale golden and still had some power. He stared at Wu Ming. "What are you doing here?" The vampire earl felt that the person in front of him was very dangerous. Although he couldn't sense any powerful aura from the other party, the vampire earl intuitively believed that he was no match for him. "You were from the laboratory, right?" Wu Ming's opening words were very direct, which made the vampire earl, berserk eagle, and berserk ape's expressions immediately change. "We don't know what you're talking about. Die." The berserk eagle was the first to roar. With a dive, he pounced on Wu Ming. The sharp claws with cold light instantly arrived in front of him. "Be careful," the vampire earl reminded loudly. However, it was too late. Clang! The berserk eagle's sharp claws grabbed the purple-black fog on the surface of Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang's bodies. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp and could no longer move forward. "Kill him," Wu Ming said. "Yes." Yi Sanyang nodded. She used all her strength to activate her C-rank talent, Wind Splitting Blade, and pierced through Berserk Eagle's mouth. Then it exploded from his neck and broke his spine. Bang! Berserk Eagle fell to the ground and died on the spot. "You're finished," Berserk Ape roared, but it was all bark and no bite. He didn't make a move at all and still stood in place. How could he be a match for someone who could kill Berserk Eagle in an instant? If he went up, he would be courting death. "You successfully angered me." The Vampire Earl looked coldly at Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang and did not retreat. Originally, he had planned to make peace with the other party. However, since Wu Ming could say the word laboratory, it meant that the other party knew a lot of secrets. Such a person could not be left alive. Even if it was risky, he had to make a move. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Vampire Earl instantly arrived in front of Wu Ming. He waved his blazing sharp claws and slashed at the purple-black fog formed by the demon atomic beast, but his sharp claws were caught. No matter how he struggled, he could not retreat. What kind of talent is this? The Vampire Earl was stunned. "It's over. I'm finished." The Vampire Earl had an ominous premonition. "The talent to kill you." Wu Ming grinned sinisterly. He lifted his cloak and a black cat jumped out. Its body was elegant and its sharp claws swept across, easily cutting off the Vampire Earl's wings, legs, and arms. Crack! Even the Vampire Earl's 2 canine teeth were split open. The current him had completely lost his combat strength. He crashed to the ground and cried out in pain. F***CK. Berserk Ape, who was not far away, saw this scene and hurriedly fled. However, the Netherworld Sovereign instantly charged over and pierced through his heart before cleaving him into two. From then on, only the Vampire Earl was still alive. Wu Ming landed on the ground and stepped on the Vampire Earl's chest. He asked indifferently, "Tell me the inside story of the laboratory." "Bah!" The Vampire Earl spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of malevolence. "Even if I die, I won't say Poochie." Nether Sovereign slashed down with his claw, and the Vampire Earl's head was cut off and rolled to the side. F***CK. I was just being stubborn, and you killed me directly? The Vampire Earl used his last consciousness to control his lips to twitch, wanting to say this sentence. However, before he could finish lip reading, his consciousness gradually blurred. A B-rank Vampire Earl had fallen just like that. "Boss, you really killed him? I thought you were going to torture him carefully." Yi Sanyang was a little speechless. Wu Ming spread out his hands and said helplessly, "Didn't the Vampire Earl say it? He won't say it even if he dies. So what can I do? Of course, I'll help him." Yi Sanyang. She felt that Wu Ming was a little naughty. However, she liked it. In the following time, Wu Ming began to clean up the battlefield and preserve the valuable parts of these pets. For example, sharp claws, eyeballs, inner core, canine teeth. The rest were all converted and brought Wu Ming as many as tens of thousands of evolution points. Yi Sanyang, on the other hand, harvested the safes of these beastmasters and found that there were many special gems and medicinal herbs inside. She even found a C-rank evolution crystal. I made a fortune. When Wu Ming saw this scene, his smile gradually became perverted. Chapter 435. Dozens of kilometers away, Duke Yamina was using binoculars to observe the valley, only to find that it was full of fog. She could not see clearly at all. "Who won?" she murmured in a low voice. The lion-tiger beast, which was at the peak of Class B, licked its paws and shook its head leisurely. Occasionally, it would run around nearby and catch butterflies to play with. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang flew out of the fog in the valley and flew toward the northwest at full speed. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. "Let's go and take a look." Duke Yamina quickly jumped on the back of the lion-tiger beast and galloped all the way to the valley where the battle took place. Looking at the traces of explosions and some mottled bloodstains on the ground, her expression changed. Wu Ming is really horrifying. At least 2 Class B pets and hundreds of Class C, D, and E pets were deployed in this battle. In the end, he seemed to have defeated all of them. This guy is full of secrets. Maybe I should find a chance to get to know him better and find out more about his secrets. Duke Yamina licked her lips. She was more and more curious about Wu Ming. If such a person could become one of the main members of the Dark Bazaar, it would be beneficial for her. After all, the Dark Bazaar would be hers in the future. High in the sky, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang moved forward at full speed and returned to Garan Castle before dusk. Bang! Wu Ming put Yi Sanyang on the sofa and looked at her enchanting beauty. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "You've done a lot today. I want to reward you." Okay. Night gradually fell. In the center of a bustling city, in a mysterious underground fortress, came Li Daliang's angry voice. "What? My right-hand man, the vampire earl, is dead? The berserk eagle and the berserk ape were also killed? Who did it? Find out for me." Li Daliang made more than a dozen calls and angrily gave orders. The entire laboratory was shaken. A Class B was dead. Many people were shocked. In the laboratory, every Class B was a core member. One less Class B would be a huge loss. Not long after, all the field personnel in the laboratory were mobilized. They searched for the real culprit who might have killed the vampire earl, berserk eagle, and berserk ape. The next morning, Garan Castle. Wu Ming woke up and found Yi Sanyang lying on his body. Her face was red and she looked very pretty. He touched the sheets with his hand. "Yes, very smooth. I have to change the sheets again," Wu Ming thought to himself as he covered Yi Sanyang with the blanket. Then he got up and washed up. Sitting on the sofa, he recalled that he still had many special materials that he had yet to sell. For example, the canine teeth and frontal bone of the vampire count. The vampire earl's talent was very strange. He could absorb magical energy waves to strengthen himself, and he relied on his specially modified frontal bone. There was a single bone in his frontal bone. Overall, it had the shape of a quadrangular crystal, like a piece of suet jade, shining brightly. How should we sell these materials? Wu Ming fell in a deep thought. Unfortunately, I don't have Duke Yamina's contact information. Otherwise, I could sell it to her. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and stroked Netherworld Sovereign's soft fur, feeling very comfortable. Meow! Netherworld Sovereign cried out, as if it was longing. Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He knew that Netherworld Sovereign had consolidated its level and could continue to advance. The next step was Class A. Is my third class of pet coming? Wu Ming rubbed his hands. But which Class A talent should I give Netherworld Sovereign? Class A Super Dragon Transformation and Class A Greed are suitable for the colorful winged chameleon and the demon atomic beast respectively, but not for Netherworld Sovereign. Wu Ming leaned on the sofa and fell in a deep thought. Netherworld Sovereign's strongest talent was Class S Sun Moon Divine Eyes, which was a talent related to the eyes. Therefore, Wu Ming felt that he could add a Class A talent related to the eyes to Netherworld Sovereign. Let's search. Wu Ming spent 1 evolution point and searched in the pet store. Soon, more than a dozen Class A talents related to the eyes appeared, which made his eyes light up. Class A talent, horrifying laser eyes. Class A talent, supercut. Class A talent, small gamma ray burst. Wu Ming kept selecting. In the end, his attention was fixed on the Class A talent, small gamma ray burst. He took a deep breath. This is it. Wu Ming made his decision. Ding! 100,000 evolution points have been spent. Class A talent, small gamma ray burst, is successfully purchased. I wish the host to be a bridegroom every night. A Class B gift pack is also included. The system's voice rang. Huh? Class B gift pack? Wu Ming was surprised. Soon, the system's voice rang again. Congratulations to the host for opening a Class B gift pack. You have received a Class B talent, Light Convergence, and a Class B talent, king of the night. Soon, the detailed recipes for 3 types of evolutionary food appeared in Wu Ming's mind. They were Class A small gamma ray burst, Class B light convergence, and Class B king of the night. Wu Ming read the recipes at once. Small gamma ray burst, Class A recipe, Class A beast core x 215 grams, berserk I x 117 grams, infinity fruit x 98 grams, and other 13 ingredients. Evolution points x 5000. Effect: allow any Class B or Class A dragon pet that meets the promotion requirements to obtain the Class A talent, small gamma ray burst. The gamma ray burst can be emitted from the eyes. It contains a horrifying energy shockwave that can destroy everything in an instant. Use with caution. Note: once used, the pet will fall into a weakened state for 1 hour. It can only be used once every 24 hours. Seeing this, Wu Ming was shocked. Even the system said, use with caution. It seemed that this talent was very powerful and could be used as a killing move at this stage. As for the materials required, it was not a lot. As long as he was willing to spend money, he would be able to get them. After that, Wu Ming looked at Class B light convergence and Class B king of the night. He found that they were also useful. The functions of Class B light convergence were as follows. Pets could gather the light energy around them and store it in their bodies. Then, when needed, it would burst out in an instant, producing an effect similar to solar flares. However, since it was only a Class B talent, the solar flares it could produce were not very strong. Still, it was at the top of the Class B. The description of Class B King of the Night was as follows. This talent is a passive talent. With this talent, all pets' attributes will be increased by 3 times in places shrouded in darkness. Seeing this, Wu Ming was very satisfied. It turns out that there is a gift package for buying Class A talents. But I don't need these 2 Class B talents for the time being. No. Class B King of the Night is very suitable for Yi San Yang. This talent is tailor-made for her. Wu Ming looked at the stairs. At this moment, Yi San Yang happened to walk down. He stood up with a smile and went to her. He took the soft and boneless Yi San Yang into his arms. Chapter 436. Boss, you seem to be very happy. Yi San Yang lay in Wu Ming's arms and felt a little tired. The main reason was that she had used up too much energy last night. Even if she was a peak sea-level beast tamer, she could not bear it. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Of course I'm happy. That's because I've just obtained 2 B-grade talents, Light Convergence and King of the Night. Among them, King of the Night is very suitable for you." As he spoke, Wu Ming explained the use of the B-level talent, King of the Night. Yi San Yang's eyes lit up. When night falls, all attributes will increase by 3 times. That's great. However, I think light energy convergence is also very suitable for me. Yi San Yang hugged Wu Ming's neck with a hopeful look. To her, whether it was B-level light energy convergence or B-level King of the Night, they were very suitable for her. Hearing this, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He understood after a little calculation. San Yang, you think light energy convergence and King of the Night can complement each other, right? Wu Ming asked. Well, yes. Yi San Yang nodded. Wu Ming smiled and said, actually, this can't be considered complementary, but it can be said that they make up for each other's shortcomings. King of the Night is only suitable for action at night. If there is no improvement during the day, it is equivalent to 1 less talent. And if you have the talent light energy convergence, you can rely on absorbing light energy to strengthen yourself during the day. It can also be considered as making up for the flaw of King of the Night. Hearing this, Yi San Yang nodded repeatedly. That was her idea. During the day, she relied on light energy convergence to kill enemies, and at night, she used the talent King of the Night to strengthen herself. In this way, she basically had no shortcomings. Whether it was day or night, she was an all-weather powerhouse. Wu Ming nodded, that's fine. When you advance to B-level, I'll give you the 2 talents light energy convergence and King of the Night. However, at night, all your attributes will increase by 3 times. It won't be too much for me, right? You're so annoying. Yi Sanyang patted Wu Ming's chest. Well, you wash up and eat first. I'll study King of the Night and light energy convergence. Wu Ming patted Yi Sanyang's perky butt. It felt good to the touch. Okay. Yi Sanyang was very obedient. Soon, Wu Ming sat on the sofa. He began to analyze the formula for King of the Night and light energy convergence, and found that the materials required were very special, especially the gathering of light energy, which actually required energy-absorbing crystals. A B-grade energy-absorbing crystal. I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing, Wu Ming muttered. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. A sparkling and translucent jade-like quadrangular crystal appeared in his palm. It was the special bone he took from the vampire count's frontal bone, and it had the ability to absorb magic energy. System, isn't this a B-grade energy-absorbing crystal? Wu Ming asked in his mind. Yes, the system replied. Hearing this, the corner of Wu Ming's mouth raised slightly. Fortunately, he didn't sell the vampire earl's materials. Otherwise, where would he find the energy-absorbing crystal? Since we have the energy-absorbing crystal, we can arrange for Lulu to purchase the remaining materials. Wu Ming picked up his phone and dialed Wang Chulu's number. Wang Chulu said bitterly, Boss, I miss you very much. Can you let me come over secretly tonight? Wu Ming grinned, walked through the back door of the pet store, came to the river, and looked at the villa on the other side that had been renovated. So he said, Lulu, isn't the small villa on the bank of Nanwen River finished? Why don't you come over? Wang Chulu's eyes lit up. Okay. 15 minutes later, a sports car stopped in front of the pet store on Nanwen Street, attracting the envious gazes of countless pedestrians. I heard that it's Wang Chulu of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate, President Wang. I also heard that she's H.E. Wu Ming's lover. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. Is that a lover? That's clearly one of his many girlfriends, understand? The pedestrians discussed animatedly. At this moment, Wang Chulu got out of the car and entered the pet store. She threw herself into Wu Ming's arms and almost hung on him. Boss, I'm here. Let's go and take a look at the new house on the other side of the river. I'll listen to you, boss. With that said, Wang Chulu held Wu Ming's arm and walked across the stone arch bridge over the Nanwen River. They arrived at the brand-new 5-story villa and opened it with the key. The renovation of the villa had been completed. However, the interior furniture hadn't been purchased yet. It was empty, except for a brand-new super-large sofa in the living room. Bang! Wang Chulu threw Wu Ming onto the sofa. Boss, I want okay. The two of them became affectionate. An hour later, Wu Ming wrote down 3 lists and put them in Wang Chulu's hands. He said in person, here are some of the materials for the 3 types of evolution food. Class A Small Gamma Ray Burst, Class B King of the Night, and Class B Light Convergence. Help me purchase them. Okay. Wang Chulu nodded. The Thunder Spirit conglomerate's assets were in the trillions, and its liquidity was in the hundreds of billions. It wouldn't cost much to purchase materials for Wu Ming. 10 minutes later, Wang Chulu drove away in her sports car happily. She went to the office of the Ultra B Center Tower and prepared to purchase the materials. Given the Thunder Spirit conglomerate's reputation and depth of cooperation, they could often get an internal discount when purchasing special materials. In the pet store, Wu Ming sat on the sofa, reminiscing. When the materials were ready, he could make the 3rd batch of Class A evolution food and cultivate Nether Sovereign into a Class A pet. As for Yi Sanyang, she could also try to reach Class B. I'll be able to unlock the advanced store after I kill one more Class A pet or beast. I'm really looking forward to it. Wu Ming looked forward to it. There were rare Class S recipes in the advanced store. Although the price would be high, Wu Ming felt that he had to buy them no matter how high the price was. There were no Class S pets on the heavenly blue planet. He never felt safe. Speaking of Class S pets, where did the rookie Shui Qian go? Wu Ming was deep in thought. In the deep sea, a beautiful woman was standing on the back of a huge blue whale barefooted. She dived with the whale until they reached the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. If Wu Ming were here, he would recognize this woman. She was a new human that Wu Ming found in the sarcophagus in the basement of the villa of the Class B beast tamer, Fatty High. This person was strong and had reached Class S. Looking at the ancient stone pillars and special ancient buildings, Xue Qian, the rookie Xue Qian, started a new round of searching. Ever since she woke up, she had been looking for all kinds of ruins in the deep sea, but she never found anything. She never found what she wanted. "Where's my stuff?" Xue Qian looked around. Although it was pitch black, Xue Qian was a Class S new human. She could survive in such a high-pressure dark environment. She could see the surroundings as clearly as during the day. All of a sudden, she felt something. She pushed open the pyramid-shaped building that weighed more than 10,000 tons and found a special metal box underneath. "Found it!" Xue Qian's eyes lit up. Chapter 4:37. God will reward those who are willing. Xue Qian was overjoyed. She picked up the metal box and stomped on the ground. She dashed toward the surface of the sea at a faster and faster speed. In the end, she reached subsonic speed in the water. Boom! She tore through the water and appeared on the surface. Splash! Xue Qian stepped on the surface of the water and opened the heavy metal box. She saw a long object wrapped in a special scarf. Her breathing quickened. Her heart rate increased to 300 beats per minute. If she were an ordinary person, her heart would have failed at this rate. However, Xue Qian was able to keep her heart rate steady. Rip! Xue Qian tore off the scarf, revealing a special sword in the scabbard. There were special crystals embedded on the surface of the sword. It was shiny and could automatically absorb light energy to strengthen itself. "I finally found you." Xue Qian took a deep breath and put away the metal box and the scarf. Then, she held the scabbard in her left hand and the hilt in her right hand. She gently pulled out the sword by about 3 centimeters. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the sword. It was 10,000 times brighter than the sun in the sky. Clang! Xue Qian quickly put the sword back into the scabbard. She smiled. Good. The sword is well preserved. After absorbing so much light energy, it has completed an upgrade. It is several times stronger than the legendary sword. Now, it's time for me to complete my mission. Xue Qian changed into a brand new white fairy dress and carried the special sword on her back. She stepped on the waves and walked toward an island in the south. That was where her first target was. Wu Ming didn't know where Xue Qian was. At the moment, he was sitting on the couch and answering a call from the mayor of Garan Castle. A moment later, Wu Ming put down the phone. The fortifications of Garan Castle were basically finished. They were finishing up. Wu Ming walked out of the pet store and looked around. At the edge of Garan Castle, a 100-meter-tall wall rose from the ground. It was majestic and imposing, giving people a feeling that it was impossible to cross. As for Garan Castle, a brand new residential area was being built. From now on, the real migration had begun. The citizens of the surrounding 20 cities gradually moved to the new residential area in Garan Castle. Half a month at most, the population of Garan Castle would explode, and it would be easy for the total population to exceed 20 million people. Garan Castle has finally entered the stage of rapid development. Wu Ming muttered. He sent out the pets under his command, such as Long DeBeo, Ice Wing Dragon, Little Tyrant, Space Jumping Frog, Honeycomb, and so on. With a pet of the middle or advanced rank, most of the ferocious beasts would stay away. This way, the relocation process would be very smooth. As for the B-grade beast tamer Jiaoyue, she was in charge of guarding Garan Castle, acting as the hidden guardian of the city. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Wang Chulu called. "Boss, the materials you want are basically complete, but the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit can only be bought in Northern Plains City. I've already sent people to transfer the goods." Northern Plains City? Wu Ming frowned slightly. He had been in the world of pets for so long, but he had never been to this city. Besides, Xiaoxi was there. Thinking of Xiaoxi's graceful figure, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel hot all over. "So," he replied, "I'll go to Northern Plains City in person. You can ask the people there to be ready to receive me." Wang Chulu was surprised. Huh? Why? Wu Ming, I'm going over to have fun. Wang Chulu was immediately interested. If it weren't for the fact that I've been too busy recently, I'd really like to go with you. Wu Ming looked at Yi Sanyang beside him and said, Sanyang can go with me. Well, okay. Wang Chulu nodded. Soon, the two hung up the phone. At this moment, Wu Ming's phone rang again. It was Zhao Shi. What a coincidence. Wu Ming was surprised and picked up the phone. Hello, Shi. Are you looking for me? I'm in trouble. Zhao Shi's voice was a bit low and solemn. Something happened to our Zhao family. Wu Ming looked solemn. Don't be afraid. I'm going to Northern Plains City. If there's anything, I can help you deal with it. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Shi was obviously very happy. She asked excitedly, Really? You're coming over? Wu Ming nodded. I need to concoct evolution food, but I'm missing two materials, the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit. I'm going to Northern Plains City to get them in person, and then I'll come to see you. Zhao Shi's face was filled with happiness. She said softly, I know about the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit. They're materials above grade B. They're very precious. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. You know about them? Zhao Shi nodded. Yes, our Zhao family's business partner has these two materials, but recently, there have been problems with the cooperation between our two families. The main reason is a traitor. Speaking of this, Zhao Shi gritted her teeth. Wu Ming's eyes focused. Don't be afraid. I'm preparing to leave today and go to Northern Plains City. Wait for me. And okay. Zhao Shi nodded obediently. Soon, the two of them hung up. In a quiet living room, Zhao Shi put down her phone and bit her red lips. She looked at the distant sky. There, a cloud seemed to have turned into Wu Ming's appearance. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. It feels so good to have a man to rely on. She couldn't help but cry. Recently, a traitor had appeared in the family, causing the Zhao family to encounter serious problems. She was very busy. However, the appearance of Wu Ming made her see the light. Ming, when will you arrive? Zhao, she stood up and returned to her bedroom. Standing in front of the huge floor mirror, she looked at her graceful and proud figure and thought about what clothes to change into. I'll see him soon. So embarrassing. Zhao Shi bit her red lips and revealed a rare feminine attitude. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Garan Castle. Wu Ming stood in front of the pet store, looking at the night magic vine that was devouring its evolution food. A fatherly smile appeared on his face. Well, good. You've finally reached the peak of the C rank. From now on, you're an adult. You'll be in charge of the safety of our pet store, Wu Ming said with a smile. Hearing this, the dark magic vine was excited. Its vines trembled as if it were dancing on the spot. Okay, stop it. Wu Ming curled his lips. Finally, the dark magic vine calmed down a bit. 15 minutes later, an armored car stopped in front of the pet store. Wang Chulu and several female bodyguards came out with a big suitcase. Sir, apart from the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit, all the other materials are here. Wang Chulu handed the suitcase to Wu Ming. Wu Ming didn't care if there was anyone else around. He pulled Wang Chulu into his arms and kissed her affectionately. Thank you. Several minutes later, only then did Wu Ming let go of her. Seeing the satisfied look on Wang Chulu's face, he scratched the tip of her nose affectionately. Sir, I'm going back to work. Go ahead. Wu Ming waved his hand and watched Wang Chulu and the female bodyguards get into the armored car and return to the Ultra Beast Center Tower. Chapter 438. Boss, shall we set off now? Yi Sanyang looked at Wu Ming and asked curiously. No hurry. Wu Ming shook his head. The materials for King of the Night and Light Energy Convergence are all here. Only a class of small gamma ray burst is missing the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit. So, I plan to promote you to Class B first and then go to Baiyuan City. Is there enough time? Zhao, she seems to be in a hurry. Yi Sanyang looked at the sky outside. It was morning, not even 9 o'clock. Wu Ming's previous intention was to reach Baiyuan City before nightfall, so that Zhao she would not be alone for too long. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan. Wu Ming looked at the sky outside. The sky was clear and the sun was hanging high. The timing was very good. With that said, Wu Ming returned to the pet store. With the help of Yi San Yang, half an hour later, he successfully concocted the Class B King of the Night and Class B Light Energy Convergence Evolution food and put it on the table. Eat all the food that can be gathered first, Wu Ming ordered. Huh? Didn't you say to eat the King of the Night first? Yi San Yang was at a loss. Isn't daytime now? Eat the Light Energy Convergence first and rely on the power of this evolution food to transform from the peak of Class C to Class B. Because there is enough light at this time, we can absorb the light energy while we are on the way, which can promote the transformation. Wu Ming gave a detailed explanation. Yi San Yang understood. She had to admit that Wu Ming knew how to be flexible. No wonder he was the youngest Class A master in history. Soon, Yi San Yang ate the Class B Light Energy Convergence food. Then, a transformation took place. She screamed, and her whole body seemed to be burning. It was extremely hot, and she fainted on the spot. Don't worry, it will be done soon. Wu Ming kissed her face gently, hugged her, and took the rest of the materials. He stepped on the fog transformed by the demon atomic beast and soared into the sky. Soon, he arrived at an altitude of thousands of meters. They were above the clouds. Under the sunlight, Yi San Yang absorbed it. Wu Ming looked at Yi San Yang in his arms and found that there were a lot of light bending around and flowing into her body, accelerating the transformation. She could even take the opportunity to store energy. Very good. My plan is very successful. Wu Ming smiled and flew towards Baiyuan City with Yi San Yang in his arms. With their current speed, they would arrive before 8 p.m. And this time was enough for Yi San Yang to transform. High in the sky, Wu Ming continued to fly. Yi San Yang, who was in his arms, was like a fireball. Her entire body glowed and was incomparably hot, almost able to melt steel. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Ming was wearing the third-generation dragon scale armor, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. It was 3 in the afternoon. Whoosh! Large flames erupted from Yi San Yang's body. She floated in midair and opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned reddish gold, like 2 blazing suns. Success! Wu Ming was overjoyed. The current Yi San Yang had successfully advanced to B class. Furthermore, the light energy stored in her body was enough to release 3 super tiny solar flares in a row within a short period of time, which was enough to severely burn and destroy the enemies nearby. In serious cases, it could cause blindness. Boss, I succeeded. Yi San Yang was a little weak. She hugged Wu Ming's neck tightly. It's okay. It's fine as long as you're fine. Wu Ming caressed her pretty face and took out the B-class King of the Night food for Yi San Yang to eat. It allowed her to recover her strength and obtain a new talent. How about trying the solar flare? Yi San Yang looked at Wu Ming beside her. I want to know how strong this talent is. Sure, no problem. But we need to find a target. Wu Ming and Yi San Yang flew down. Soon, they descended from the clouds and found that there was an endless mountain range below. There were many powerful beasts running amok, erupting with a terrifying aura. So many beasts. Wu Ming was excited. These were all walking evolution points. On the ground, 2 C-class beasts were in a battle. One of them was a C-class Tiger King. It had mutated and its tail had extended several times. There were even spikes at the end that were extremely sharp. The other was a C-class Earth Raging Bear. They were fighting in the forest and were injured all over. Seeing Wu Ming and Yi San Yang descending, they immediately stopped fighting. Roar! The C-class Tiger King smelled a terrifying aura and turned to flee. However, the C-class Earth Raging Bear took the initiative to pounce on Wu Ming. You're courting death. Yi San Yang charged over. Just when she was 1 meter away from the C-class Earth Raging Bear, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body. It flickered 3 times in an instant and burst out with blazing power. Boom! The Earth Raging Bear's skin was scorched and its eyes were blinded on the spot. It fell to the ground and even its internal organs were cooked. It died on the spot, within a radius of 100 meters. All the trees were burned to ashes. It was a terrifying sight. Very strong. Wu Ming grinned. The B-class light energy convergence's explosive power was very strong. It was a full-range killing talent. It was suitable to be used in an open area with no teammates around. Otherwise, it would be easy to accidentally injure. Whoosh! Wu Ming waved a black dagger in the distance and beheaded the escaping C-class Tiger King. 10 minutes later, the two continued on their way. High up in the sky, Yi San Yang absorbed the light energy to her heart's content, causing the surrounding light to distort slightly and gather towards her body. It made the surroundings seem darker, as if it had entered the night. Under such circumstances, Yi San Yang discovered that her physical fitness had improved quite a bit. So, these two talents can really complement each other. Yi San Yang was overjoyed and told Wu Ming about her discovery. There's such an effect. Wu Ming did not expect it. On second thought, he understood the principle. When entering the night, the passive talent King of the Night would be automatically activated. When Yi San Yang absorbed the light energy, the light around her would be dim, similar to dusk. Under such circumstances, all of Yi San Yang's attributes would increase by several times. Although it was not as strong as the tripled attributes of the night, it was still a kind of improvement. It could be said that King of the Night and light energy convergence were very compatible. Continue to absorb the light energy. When we reach Baiyuan City at night, we'll see what difficulties Zhao Shi has encountered, Wu Ming said gently. Okay. Yi San Yang nodded. The two continued to move forward at a very fast speed. Baiyuan City, 6 p.m. Zhao Shi changed into a seductive black tight-fitting skirt and tied her long hair behind her head. She stood in front of the full-length mirror and revealed a cheerful smile. Wu Ming said that he will arrive tonight. That's great. Zhao Shi took a deep breath and hummed a tune in the room as a way to relax herself. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Shi hurriedly looked outside and said, "What's wrong?" A woman's voice came from outside the door. "Family head, there's important news. Zhao Ying, the traitor, has colluded with the Hong family and is preparing to block all of our Zhao family's channels." They dare. Zhao Shi was furious and hurriedly pushed the door open. Chapter 439. Outside the door stood a female assistant in office attire. She was beautiful, but very young, only 18 years old. Her name was Zhao Yu, Zhao Shi's personal assistant. "Little Yu, what's the situation?" Zhao Shi asked with a pale face. Zhao Yu quickly reported. "After Zhao Ying stole our Zhao family's important business secrets and various arrangements, she has already revealed them to the Hong family head. Now they have joined forces to specifically target these. Damn Zhao Ying. I trusted her so much before. I didn't expect her to be a traitor." Zhao Shi clenched her fists. Zhao Yu looked at the specially dressed Zhao Shi and found that she was still beautiful even when she was angry. She couldn't help but ask, "Family head, are you dressed like this to meet your lover? Don't ask too much about adult matters." Zhao Shi's face blushed and looked at her watch. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He should be here soon. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Zhao Shi's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID with the words "Dear," she cried with joy, "He's here. He's finally here." Zhao Yu curiously glanced at the caller ID on the phone and suddenly gasped. "Dear, it seems that family head really has a boyfriend. But who is he?" Zhao Yu was very curious. What kind of man can get the love of family head, an A-class career woman? No matter what, the other party should be very handsome, right? She should like this kind of person too. Zhao Yu muttered in her heart. At this time, Zhao Shi had already picked up the phone. "Dear, where are you now?" "Ah, you've reached the south gate of Baiyuan City. Okay, I'll pick you up right away." Zhao Shi hung up the phone and took a deep breath. That beautiful face was filled with anticipation, joy, and relaxation. Zhao Yu was dumbfounded. Did the patriarch really have a boyfriend? "Family head, who is your boyfriend? Is he handsome? Can you introduce him to me? I can be your bed-warming maid." Zhao Yu mischievously winked. "Screw you. You're not serious." Zhao Shi pinched Zhao Yu's face. "Okay, next, follow me to the south gate." And Zhao Yu quickly called for a car. The two immediately walked out of the villa, along the main road, paved with marble, and arrived at the garage. Boom! As the four-seater car was ignited, the roar of the engine was like the roar of a wild beast. Then, the entire car pulled out a string of gorgeous flames as it drove toward the South City Gate. On a street near the Zhao family, a row of cars quickly set off and followed closely behind Zhao Shi's car. Beiyuan City, South City Gate. Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang were wearing casual clothes. They stood in front of the city gate and were stopped by the guards. "You really can't enter the city?" Wu Ming asked the guard. "I'm sorry. For those who come to Beiyuan City for the first time, you must either have an entry pass or have a local citizen lead the way or show your identity card. Otherwise, you will not be able to enter." The guard said, "Boss, can't you just show your trainer badge?" Yi Senyang said with a smile. When the guard heard this, his expression did not change. In Beiyuan City, there are many tamers. Beast tamers and beast tamers were not everywhere, but they could be seen frequently. The ratio was much higher here than in other places. "Okay." Wu Ming took out his badge. The guard took out a detector and scanned the badge. Immediately, Wu Ming's photo and personal information appeared on the screen. Name: Wu Ming. Type: tamer. Rank: F. Address: Garan Castle, Namlin Street Pet Shop. Seeing this information, the guard's eyes widened. He could not help but take a deep breath. He quickly bowed and said, "So, with the Honorable H. E. Wu Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you just now." The people around him were startled. "Wu Ming? Is that the Wu Ming who won the championship of the Nanjiang region? I heard that he is the teacher of Wu Tianxua, a Class A master. His true level is very high. Oh my God, so handsome." The surrounding citizens all gathered around and blocked the place. It was almost impenetrable. "Hello, everyone." Wu Ming waved to the crowd. "H. E. Wu Ming, may I ask what brings you to Beiyuan City? We can help you." A middle-aged man in a pink suit ran over with a Class C pet by his side. "You are?" Wu Ming asked. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the commander of the South Gate Guards of Beiyuan City, commonly known as Master Nan. My name is Du Sheng." "H. E. Wu Ming. You can call me Little Du." The middle-aged man in the pink suit smiled. "Master Nan, Du Sheng, Little Du." Wu Ming almost burst out laughing when he heard these names. He waved his hand and said, "No need. I have called someone to pick me up. They should be here in a moment." Du Sheng was a bit disappointed. "Then, how about you come to our tower and have some tea first? It won't be too late to go downstairs when they are here." Wu Ming's identity was special. Even the family heads of the big families in Beiyuan City wanted to rope him in. Of course, Du Sheng would not miss the opportunity to get acquainted with Wu Ming. "Okay." Wu Ming nodded. 1 minute later, on the tower, in a reception room with a very good view, Wu Ming sat by the window, where he could see the scenery of the city. Tall buildings, green trees, and shade. Beiyuan City, a combination of nature and modernity. It had both classical beauty and modern prosperity. "H. E. Wu Ming, please have some tea." Du Sheng put 2 cups of tea on the table and then secretly glanced at Yi Sanyang, who was sitting next to Wu Ming. He then looked at the detector beside him and suddenly widened his eyes. He could not see Wu Ming's specific level. However, the detector detected that Yi Sanyang's body was emitting a Class B energy field. "H. E. Wu Ming, this is?" Du Sheng pointed at Yi Sanyang and asked Wu Ming. "My personal bodyguard," Wu Ming said. Hearing this, Du Sheng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His heart overturned. F***CK. Even the female bodyguard beside him is a Class B, as expected of Master Wu Tianxua's teacher. In the entire Beiyuan City, H. E. Wu Ming should be considered the top, right? At this time, Wu Ming asked, "Do you know the Zhao family?" As a newcomer, he wanted to inquire about some useful information so that he could better help Zhao Shi. Zhao family. Du Sheng was stunned. Is it the Zhao family that has the #1 beauty of Beiyuan City, Zhao Shi? That is one of the top families in our Beiyuan City, but they have encountered a problem recently. Wu Ming pretended to be curious. What problem? Du Sheng could see that Wu Ming was very concerned about the Zhao family. So he quickly seized the opportunity and said, Zhao Shi of the Zhao family is very beautiful, causing countless people to go crazy. However, this is not the most important point. The important thing is her powerful strength. She is a rare Class A expert in our Beiyuan city. Many patriarchs of large families hope to marry her. Among them, the patriarch of the Hong family is the most anxious. I heard that the patriarch of the Hong family, Hong Xingyu, and the trader of the Zhao family, Zhao Ying, have colluded to steal the trade secrets of the Zhao family and are preparing to attack the Zhao family. Then, they will use this method to force Zhao Shi to marry Hong Xingyu, allowing the two families to form a marriage alliance and become the strongest family in Beiyuan City. Du Sheng was helpless. He looked at the bustling streets in the city and sighed. Hong Xingyu is a despicable person. He already has 10 wives, yet he still wants to touch Zhao Shi. He deserves to die 1,000 times. Du Sheng could see that Wu Ming was here for Zhao Shi, so he would definitely hate Hong Xingyu. Thus, he decisively went to find Hong Xingyu. This way, he would be able to gain Wu Ming's favor. On the seat, Wu Ming smirked and said, A mere Hong family dares to touch my woman. They deserve to die 1,000 times. Hearing this, Du Sheng's eyes lit up. As expected, I made the right bet. Wu Ming and Zhao Shi have a relationship. Wait, woman? Zhao Shi is Wu Ming's woman? Hiss. Thinking of this, Du Sheng took a deep breath. Chapter 440. Wu Ming's words made Du Sheng's heart turn upside down. No wonder Zhao Shi ignored the pursuit of anyone in Beiyuan City. It turned out that her man was the mysterious genius trainer from Garan Castle, Wu Ming. In the past, others might have thought that Wu Ming was not worthy of Zhao Shi, that they were not of equal status. However, since the whole of Huaxia knew that Wu Ming was the teacher of Class A Master Wu Tianxuo, everyone was shocked. With this relationship, Wu Ming could fight against any big family. Naturally, he and Zhao Shi were well matched in terms of social status. Tell me about the big forces in Beiyuan City, the ones with Class A's. Wu Ming looked at Du Sheng with a smile. Okay. Du Sheng nodded. The conversation with Wu Ming went smoothly. He felt that he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with Wu Ming. It would be good for him and the Du family behind him. With this in mind, Du Sheng immediately said, There are 8 big families in Beiyuan City, namely the Zhao family, the Hong family, the Ding family, and my Du family. Every family has a Class A's. Apart from the 8 big families, there are also branches of the Pet Alliance, the Trainer Guild, the Beast Tamer Guild, and other places. In this way, the total number of Class A's in Beiyuan City is close to 15, stronger than Nanjiang City and Donghai City. Hearing this, Wu Ming nodded. Yi Xingyang was worried. More than a dozen Class A's. Beiyuan City was very strong. With their strength, they could not deal with them. Wu Ming asked, Are there any Class S's? Du Sheng laughed and said, H.E. Wu Ming is joking. On the surface, there are no Class S's. As for the secret, no one knows. Class S's are hiding everywhere and are difficult to detect. Wu Ming grinned. As long as there aren't any Class S's. These words made Du Sheng hold his breath. As long as there aren't any Class S's? Could it be that Wu Ming is not afraid of those below Class S's? In other words, he is not afraid of Class A's. The more Du Sheng thought about it, the more shocked he became. Looks like Northern Yuan City won't be peaceful during this period of time. Du Sheng looked at Wu Ming as he thought to himself. At this moment, the roar of a sports car came from the street in the distance. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A 4-door sedan quickly drove over and stopped on the street of the city. It was only a few dozen meters away from the city gate tower. As the car door opened, 2 pairs of long legs came into view. It was Zhao Shi and Zhao Yu. Boom! But at this moment, the roar of an engine was heard again, and a motorcade quickly drove over, surrounding Zhao Shi, Zhao Yu, and the 4-door sedan. What's going on? The passers-by were all surprised. Some people even took out their phones to record the scene or broadcast it live. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Gotcha! The car door opened. A large group of muscular men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car and surrounded Zhao Shi and Zhao Yu. Behind them were many pets. Zhao Shi, Zhao Yu, what are you two doing? The door of a sports car opened, and a young woman with long wavy hair got out. She was wearing a red tight-fitting skirt and had a wicked smile on her face. Seeing this person, Zhao Yu pointed at her and scolded. Zhao Ying, you traitor, how dare you show up? What traitor? Don't make it sound so bad, okay? I'm trying my best to matchmake Master Hong Xingyu and Master Zhao Shi. Once the two families are connected by marriage, the #1 family in northern Yuan City will be born. Girl, what are you talking about? The traitor Zhao Ying held the sunglasses in her hand and giggled. You're so shameless. Zhao Yu pointed at Zhao Ying, who was smiling wickedly, wishing she could go over and kick her. Zhao Shi stopped Zhao Yu and said calmly, don't get angry over this bitch. She's not worth it. How dare you call me a bitch? Zhao Ying's face was covered with coldness. Zhao Shi, surrender to Master Hong Xingyu. Otherwise, your Zhao family will suffer a devastating blow. You came all the way here just to say this. Zhao Shi remained calm. Zhao Shi believed that she would be meeting Wu Ming soon. With him around, she and the Zhao family would be fine. Zhao Ying's eyes turned cold. Zhao Shi was so calm. Zhao Ying snorted. I heard that your lover is here. I'm curious to see what kind of person he is. How dare he try to steal a woman from the Hong Xingyu family? Hearing this, Zhao Yu was enraged. Zhao Ying, how dare you eavesdrop on my conversation with Master Hong? Zhao Shi patted Zhao Yu's shoulder and said, it's nothing to be surprised about. There are many surveillance cameras in the Zhao family, but I will remove them all today. Zhao Ying sneered. It's useless. You can't escape the fate of marrying Master Hong Xingyu. You should just surrender. Zhao Shi could not be bothered with her. Zhao Yu scolded. Zhao Ying, you traitor. Do you think you're better than a dog? Shut up. Zhao Ying scolded and glared at Zhao Yu. Wait till I take over the Zhao family. I'll teach you a lesson. And Zhao Shi's lover, he's dead meat. Oh, really? At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Zhao Shi's pupils shrunk as she looked towards the source of the voice. She saw Wu Ming, Yi Senyang, Du Sheng, and a large group of South City Gate guards walking over. He's here. Looking at Wu Ming, Zhao Shi could not help but clamp her legs together. Tears welled up in her eyes. You are Wu Ming. Zhao Ying looked at Wu Ming and recognized him. Her eyes were filled with shock. Yes, it's me. Wu Ming was very cold. He looked at Yi Senyang beside him. How do you think we should deal with the traitor? Yi Senyang said, this is Baiyuan City. You can't kill her, but slapping her face should be no problem. Wu Ming nodded. Then do it. Whoosh. Yi Senyang swept across the ground in an instant and arrived in front of the traitor Zhao Ying. She was so fast that no one could react. Slap. Yi Senyang waved her arm and slapped Zhao Ying's face heavily. Then, a few more slaps sent her flying a few meters away. She fell on the roof of the car, and her teeth were broken. Why? The traitor, Zhao Ying, vomited blood. Her entire face was swollen. Because her teeth were broken, she could not speak clearly. You're courting death. The bodyguards in black roared. More than a dozen D and C-class pets attacked. Bang, bang, bang. However, these bodyguards and pets were no match for Yi Senyang, a senior B-class beast tamer. In just a few seconds, they were sent flying by Yi Senyang. They fell heavily to the ground and kept howling. She's a B-class beast tamer. Someone with a detection device found the energy fluctuation index on Yi Senyang and said in shock. Then, there was an uproar. His Excellency Wu Ming's personal bodyguard, Yi Senyang, is actually a B-level beast tamer who has been hiding her strength all this while. Everyone was shocked. B-class beast tamers were big shots in any place. However, Yi Senyang was only Wu Ming's bodyguard. The next moment, what happened next was even more shocking. The #1 beauty of Baiyuan City, Zhao Shi, rushed out and threw herself into Wu Ming's arms in front of everyone. "You're finally here." Zhao Shi kissed Wu Ming passionately. Her pretty face was getting redder and redder. She was like a little woman. She looked very happy. She did not care about the shocked eyes of others. Oh my God! Seeing this scene, everyone was petrified. Chapter 441. Zhao Shi was actually Wu Ming's girlfriend. Countless citizens took out their phones to take photos and videos of the scene, uploading them to their circle of friends or other websites. Very quickly, countless news spread like wildfire. Shocking. Baiyuan City's #1 beauty, Zhao, she already has a boyfriend, and the other party's background is huge. Shocking. Wu Ming is actually Zhao Shi's boyfriend. Genius trainer Wu Ming travels thousands of miles in a day, from Garan Castle to Baiyuan City, just to help his girlfriend Zhao Shi beat up the traitor Zhao Ying. His boyfriend power is too strong. On the importance of boyfriends, countless messy headlines were spread out, quickly causing a sensation in Baiyuan City, attracting the attention of countless people. Wu Ming came to Baiyuan City. Many people from large families could not sit still when they heard this news and rushed to the South City Gate as fast as they could. On the street in front of the South City Gate, Wu Ming hugged Zhao Shi and looked at the black-clothed bodyguards lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Then he looked at the traitor Zhao Ying, who was vomiting blood on the ground. His expression was cold. Shi, how do we deal with these people?" Wu Ming looked at Zhao Shi in his arms and asked intimately. "Baiyuan City cannot casually kill people, and even if it's just a brawl, we might be punished. However, Baiyuan City Lore Mansion has a rule. We can spend money to avoid trouble." Zhao Shi explained. Spend money to avoid trouble? Wu Ming was stunned. Zhao Shi knew that he did not understand Baiyuan City's rules, and said, "Under the circumstances of not killing people, if you injure someone, depending on the situation, you can settle the matter by compensating them." Wu Ming's eyes widened. "There's such a thing?" Zhao Shi secretly said, "It's the city lord's idea, and of the compensation money, 10% will be taken by the city lord mansion, called maintenance fee." Hearing this, Wu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. The city lord mansion must be crazy about money to actually use such a method to deal with brawls. However, in this way, the city lore mansion could extract a large amount of money from similar incidents every year, becoming an important source of finance. Since it's like this, how do we deal with Zhaoing now? As a traitor, we can't let her off easily. Wu Ming said. Boom! Right then, a sharp tearing sound came from the sky. A large group of flying pets quickly arrived and surrounded Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, and the others. Step! A man jumped down from the back of the leading flying pet, followed by more than a dozen people in combat suits. At this moment, a large number of flying pets had arrived. In just 3 minutes, more than 500 beast tamers and pets had arrived. It could be said that they had mobilized a lot of people. There are people from the various large families of North Yuan City. Zhao Shi hurriedly whispered into Wu Ming's ear. Hearing this, Wu Ming nodded. Get out of my way. An angry roar was heard. Everyone stepped aside and looked in the direction of the voice. At the end of the street, a pet in the shape of a human was walking toward them. It's him. Zhao Shi pulled a long face at the sight of that pet. Wu Ming looked over at once. The pet in the distance was in a human shape. It was about 3 meters tall and looked like a mechanical warrior wearing armor. Its eyes were light red, like 2 huge rubies. On its back, there was a pair of metal wings with a wingspan of about 5 meters. The edges of the wings were sharp. Wu Ming opened his insightful eyes without hesitation. Name: Combat Mechanical Beast. Rank: Elite. Talents: A rank Combat Wings. A rank Mechanical Armor. A rank Agility. B rank Light Cannon. B rank Fusion. Owner: Hong Xingyu. It's an elite A rank Combat Mechanical Beast. In a one-on-one fight, it might be stronger than you. Wu Ming looked at Zhao Shi in his arms and frowned. In a one-on-one fight, neither the atomic beast nor the colorful winged chameleon was a match for the combat mechanical beast. After all, it was an elite A rank. However, With Wu Ming's material ball and Zhao Shi's help, they could kill the A-rank combat mechanical beast. Thud, thud, thud. Right then, the A-rank combat mechanical beast walked over with heavy steps. As soon as it saw Wu Ming, who was holding Zhao Shi, the beast bellowed, "Bastard, get your dirty hands off Zhao Shi or I will kill you." Hearing this, Zhao Shi's face was filled with anger. Wu Ming smiled. "Cece, you don't deserve that name. I'm in love with her. Who are you to interrupt? You're courting death." Wu Ming didn't need to be nice to Hong Xingyu. The latter was merely an elite A-rank. If they were in the wild, he could have killed Hong Xingyu and the A-rank combat mechanical beast together with Zhao Shi. "Bastard, how dare you steal my woman? Do you have a death wish?" Hong Xingyu had merged with the combat mechanical beast. Every word and action of the combat mechanical beast represented Hong Xingyu's will. "Shut up, Zhao," she was enraged. "Hong Xingyu, how can you be so disgusting and shameless? This is all your wishful thinking. I don't even want to look at you." "Zhao Shi," Hong Xingyu was enraged. "I know all the secrets of the Zhao family. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and accompany me tonight. Otherwise, the Zhao family will be finished. Even if I disband the Zhao family, I won't give a damn about you," Zhao Shi said coldly. She hated narcissistic and unrequited love. Wu Ming looked at Hong Xingyu, who had merged with the combat mechanical beast, and activated the Eye of Insight again. Status: irritable, irritable. Cause: injected with a tyrannical drug from the laboratory. It can increase one's strength at a critical moment, but the price is losing one's mind and becoming a slave of the laboratory. Seeing this, Wu Ming's pupils shrunk. People from the laboratory? It was no wonder that Hong Xingyu, the head of a large family, would be so irrational. He scolded and even threatened in public like a madman. It turned out that his mind was affected by the drug from the laboratory. Since he's related to the laboratory, he must die. Wu Ming thought to himself, "What are you fighting about?" At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. It instantly stunned everyone. The next moment, a dark red sports car drove over from the street and stopped near the crowd. The car door opened. A middle-aged man in a white suit got out of the car. He had a Mohan-style hairstyle and a majestic look on his face. An invisible sense of oppression spread out in an instant. Even beast tamers like Hong Xingyu and Zhao Shi, who were as strong as elite A, were shocked. They quickly said, "Greetings, Mayor." Mayor? He was the mayor of Baiyuan City? Wu Ming looked at this majestic middle-aged man in a white suit and frowned. He found that this man had an aura similar to his. He quickly activated the Eye of Insight. Name: Long Jintian. Type: Beast Tamer/Trainer. Beast Rank: Peak A/Elite. Pet: 100 Faces Beast. Pet Talents: a rank Liquid Transformation, a rank Sky Blasting Cannon, a rank Blazing Light Blade, a rank Seraphic Speed, a rank Field. Identity: Mayor of Baiyuan City. Star Tower Owner. Tower Owner. Star Tower Owner. Wu Ming's eyes widened when he saw the last piece of information. He finally understood. "I get it now. No wonder Long Jintian, the mayor of Baiyuan City, had an aura similar to mine. He is one of the 9 tower owners. When we were facing the laboratory, Long Jintian and I, Chu Yuan from Nanjiang City, and the remaining tower owners were all on the same side. So I met an ally." Wu Ming could not help but take a deep breath. Chapter 442. Zhao Shi noticed the change in Wu Ming's breathing and could not help but introduce him in a low voice. "Ming, this is the mayor of Baiyuan City, Long Jintian. He's a rare peak A-level beast tamer. At the same time, he's also an E-level beast tamer. Being both a beast tamer and a beast tamer at the same time, this kind of all-round talent was rare." Wu Ming immediately felt deep respect for him. "Mayor Long, I'm Wu Ming. Nice to meet you." Wu Ming waved and greeted him. "Nice to meet you." Long Jintian smiled. He knew that Wu Ming was the master of the Hidden Tower. Some time ago, Nanjiang City's Law Enforcement Division's executive officer, Chu Yuan, had sent him a message saying that Wu Ming was the master of the pyramid just like them. Among them, Wu Ming was the master of the Hidden Tower. Shu Yuanxuan was the master of the Beast Tower. As for Long Jintian himself, he was the mayor of Beiyuan City on the surface, but secretly, he was the master of the Star Tower. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Long Jintian looked at Wu Ming and said with a faint smile, "After all, you're a genius beast tamer and Master Wu's teacher." "I'm sorry. It's not worth mentioning." Wu Ming smiled. "You're too humble." Long Jintian waved his hand. He looked around, and his gaze fell on Zhao Shi, Zhao Ying, Du Sheng, Hong Xingyu, and the others. His majestic voice sounded again. "Today's matter ends here." His words caused an uproar. Was this matter over just like that? Wu Ming's bodyguard, Yi Sanyang, had beaten up Zhao Ying and a large group of bodyguards, and they were all lying on the ground. This was such a big matter, and he was going to let it go just like that? Everyone was not stupid. They quickly realized that the mayor, Long Jintian, was biased towards Wu Ming. Why? Hong Xingyu was angry and unwilling to accept this. Long Jintian looked at him and said coldly, "Why? Do I need to explain to you when I'm giving orders? If you don't want to stay here, pack up and get out of my Beiyuan City. Understand?" Long Jintian was very domineering. Even in front of so many people, he didn't give Hong Xingyu any face and scolded him on the street. Following Long Jintian's anger, the sports car behind him immediately roared. Under everyone's stunned gaze, its surface surged like water and condensed upwards. 1 second later, the sports car turned into a 5-meter-tall liquid metal robot, emitting a terrifying aura. That cold gaze sent chills down everyone's spines. Hong Xingyu felt a chill down his spine. He knew that he was no match for Long Jintian. He gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Wu Ming. "You won't be able to live." With that, Hong Xingyu quickly left. As for the traitor, Zhao Ying, who was lying on the ground, she had already lost her value. Hong Xingyu could not be bothered with her. Soon, the street quieted down. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this matter really over just like that? Many people couldn't react until now. Then, when everyone came back to their senses, they found that Zhao Shi had already lifted the traitor, Zhao Ying, by the collar and threw her into the trunk of the 4 sedan cars. Then, she drove away with Wu Ming. As for Long Jintian, he sat in the car that had turned into a sports car and drove away. Beside the street, Du Sheng took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this the family head? I want to tell you that Wu Ming is someone that even Long Jintian thinks highly of. I think we should befriend this person. Don't worry, I've left a good impression on Wu Ming. As long as the Du family shows our sincerity, it will definitely work." A few minutes later, Du Sheng hung up the phone and looked at the 2-way 8-lane road in front of him with a smile. "Hong Xingyu narrowed the road, but I'm different. I widened the road, haha." With that, Du Sheng returned to his office. Beiyuan City Center, a manor that spanned hundreds of acres. This was where the Zhao family, one of the 8 major families, was located. Most of the family members lived in the townhouses here. In the spacious hall, bang! The traitor, Zhao Ying, was smashed to the ground. Her head was bleeding, and she kept letting out heart-wrenching cries. "Zhao Ying, you traitor!" The members of the Zhao family rushed up and started punching and kicking Zhao Ying. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Then, they noticed Wu Ming, who was beside Zhao Shi. "It's Wu Ming. I remember that he's the teacher of A-class Grandmaster Wu Tianxuo. Wu Ming, nice to meet you." When the elders of the Zhao family saw Wu Ming, they smiled like a chrysanthemum flower and shook hands with him. Wu Ming was stunned. He thought that when the elders of the Zhao family knew that he was Zhao Shi's boyfriend, they would try to stop him. Who knew that they would be so excited? That eagerness was as if they could not wait for him to marry Zhao Shi and have children. After thinking about it, Wu Ming understood. The news of what happened in the city must have spread. The members of the Zhao family knew that even the city governor, Long Jintian, was on his side. Moreover, he was Wu Tianxuo's teacher and had a strong network. The members of the Zhao family welcomed him. Only someone with a screw loose would stop him and Zhao Shi from being together. "Hello, everyone." Wu Ming also smiled at the crowd. At this time, Zhao Shi looked coldly at Zhao Ying on the ground. Her face was covered with frost as she said, "Elders, how do you think we should deal with this traitor? Flog her to death." The elders unanimously decided. Zhao Shi's mouth twitched as she said angrily, "Flog her to death? Do you think this is ancient times?" Even if Zhao Ying is a traitor, she's still a legal citizen of Beiyuan City and is protected by the city governor's mansion. Unless we apply to the city governor's mansion to expel her from Beiyuan City, then we can do whatever we want. That's a good idea. The elders unanimously agreed. No, don't expel me from Beiyuan City. I beg you to spare my life. I could do anything to repay you. Zhao Ying's expression changed as she quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Being expelled from Beiyuan City meant that she was no longer protected. Outside the city, even a vagrant could torture and kill her as he wished. "Shut up." Zhao Shi slapped Zhao Ying's face and sent her flying a few meters. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? I thought so highly of you back then, but you became a traitor. Let's go to the city governor's mansion." At this time, Wu Ming urged. Long Jintian was the owner of Star Pagoda. He could use this opportunity to discuss some important matters with Long Jintian while bringing the traitor Zhao Ying to the city governor's mansion. For example, Hong Xingyu's hidden identity. Okay, Zhao Shi immediately nodded. 10 minutes later, in front of the Zhao family's mansion, a 4-seater car stopped at the side of the road. Zhao Yu was in charge of driving. She brought Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, the traitor Zhao Ying, and Yi Sanyang to the city governor's mansion 10 kilometers away. Office Hall. The city governor, Long Jintian, stood in front of a huge painting with his hands behind his back. He was admiring the beautiful women in the painting. Beautiful, truly beautiful. He smiled. Beside him, the peak A-class 100 Faces beast had transformed into a 5-meter-tall liquid metal robot. It looked very ferocious and was constantly monitoring the surroundings for possible dangers. "Governor, Wu Ming is here." A short-haired and long-legged female secretary, wearing an office lady's uniform, walked over and said to Long Jintian, "Let them in." Long Jintian turned around and looked outside the hall. The rumored hidden tower master Wu Ming is finally here. I want to see if he is as good as Chu Yuanxuan said. Long Jintian thought. Chapter 443. Ta-ta. The group walked into the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. Wu Ming looked at Long Jintian, the peak A-class 100 Faces beast, and the secretary of the City Lord Mansion. He could not help but smile. "City Lord Long, nice to meet you." Wu Ming stretched out his hand and shook Long Jintian's hand. "Little brother Wu Ming, nice to meet you too." Long Jintian patted Wu Ming's shoulder with a smile on his face. Looking at the traitor Zhao Ying, who was brought here by Zhao Yu and Zhao Shi, Long Jintian said, "Patriarch Zhao Shi, you came here to report the traitor to me, right?" "Yes." Zhao Shi nodded. "City Lord, please spare my life. I was just muddle-headed for a moment and sold out the Zhao family secret." Just as she met Long Jintian's gaze, Zhao Ying's body softened and she peed her pants on the spot. An unpleasant smell instantly filled the entire hall. At this moment, even people as strong as Wu Ming and Long Jintian could not help but take a few steps back. Their faces were filled with disgust. "I hate business spies like you the most, who maliciously disturb the order of the city. As the city lord, I will immediately strip you of your legal status as a citizen of the Northern Plains City and demote you to a wanderer." Long Jintian was very strong and decisive. He could see that Wu Ming and Zhao Shi were a couple. Zhao Ying had betrayed the Zhao family and revealed important secrets of the Zhao family. Demoting her to a wanderer could be considered selling Zhao Shi and Wu Ming a favor. "Thank you, City Lord." Zhao Shi immediately thanked him. No, hearing that she was demoted to a wanderer and was no longer protected by the City Lord Mansion, Zhao Ying was so scared that her mind went blank and she fainted on the spot. "City Lord, do we need to go through the procedures now?" The sexy secretary asked. "Yes, immediately strip Zhao Ying of her status as a citizen. Long Jintian nodded. Yes. The secretary nodded. She took out an office tablet and directly contacted the household registration manager of the Northern Plains City. Using the highest authority of the City Lord Mansion, in less than a minute, Zhao Ying's name was removed from the Northern Plains City. This news was also announced on the official website at the same time. Very quickly, it caused quite a stir. She's already a wanderer. You can do whatever you want with her. Long Jintian said to Zhao Shi and Wu Ming when he learned that the procedures were completed. Thank you. The two of them thanked him and looked at Zhao Ying. Xiao Yu, tie her up and lock her up in our Zhao family secret room. After this, I want her to know why the flowers are so red. Zhao Shi ordered with a cold face. Okay. Zhao Yu was very happy. Zhao Yu, the personal secretary of the patriarch, was very happy that she could finally deal with the traitor Zhao Ying at will. 3 minutes later, Zhao Yu tied Zhao Ying up tightly and escorted her to the secret chamber of the Zhao family. Inside the hall, Wu Ming hugged Zhao Shi's waist and sat in front of Long Jintian, drinking tea and chatting. Half an hour later, Long Jintian looked at the sky outside, then looked at the secretary beside him and said, Secretary Wang, our City Lord's mansion has a special sauna. Bring Patriarch Zhao Shi to try it out. Everyone present was smart. Zhao Shi and the secretary understood that City Lord Long Jintian was going to discuss important matters with Wu Ming alone. I'll go first. Zhao Shi said goodbye to Wu Ming and left the hall side by side with the secretary of the City Lord's mansion. Boss, what about me? Yi Yang asked. You go too. Take a bath with Shi and relax your nervous nerves. Wu Ming patted her shoulder. Yes. Yi Yang also left. Soon, the door closed. All kinds of signal jammers were fully activated and soundproofed to ensure that the conversation in the hall would not leak out. Pa! Long Jintian placed a key on the table and said, Long Jintian, Star Tower Master. Wu Ming took out the key to the gloomy pyramid, placed it on the table, and said seriously, Wu Ming, Gloomy Pyramid Master. Hearing this, Long Jintian laughed. Ha ha! I finally meet you. Last time, Chu Yuan already told me about you. The other Tower Masters also know about you and want to meet you. Speaking of this, Long Jintian put away the key and looked at Wu Ming. He felt that it was amazing that he could become Wu Tinshua's teacher at such a young age. The other Tower Masters also know about me. Wu Ming was surprised. Long Jintian nodded. Our Tower Master Club has a total of 9 main members. You are the last one and also the one with the most attention. Of course, they all know about you. Hearing this, Wu Ming was silent for a while, then asked, Then, did you find anything about the investigation of the laboratory? For example, the undercover in Beiyuan City. Undercover in the laboratory? Are you referring to Hong Xingyu? Long Jintian smiled faintly. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Star Tower Master already knows that Hong Xingyu is from the laboratory. Long Jintian nodded and said, Of course. Of course I know. Looking at the entire Beiyuan City, Hong Xingyu is also a core member of the laboratory. He is very close to their researcher Li Daliang and can communicate directly. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. This information was too important. Although Wu Ming did not know how strong the laboratory was and how many people there were, Li Daliang was definitely one of the top members. Hong Xingyu, who could communicate directly with Li Daliang, must be someone not to be underestimated. He must be captured alive. Should we capture him as soon as possible? Wu Ming asked. Long Jintian was silent for a while, then said, I didn't have a chance to capture Hong Xingyu before, but now that you are here, I have a chance. Because Hong Xingyu is trying to take over the Zhao family, and you are Zhao Shi's boyfriend. Hong Xingyu will definitely make a move on you. At that time, you will have a good reason to kill him. Wu Ming hesitated for a while, then asked, You won't make a move? Long Jintian shook his head. If I make a move, you and I will both be exposed. However, I can clean up your mess and provide the necessary help. Wu Ming thought for a while and said, Zhao Shi and I will work together. Zhao Shi and I can kill Hong Xingyu together. However, I was worried that the Beiyuan City Lord would stop me. Since you're one of us, I'll leave the aftermath to you after I've dealt with Hong Xingyu. Long Jintian nodded. No problem, but remember to spare Hong Xingyu's life. Then, we will interrogate him about the laboratory. Soon, our club will hold a meeting to celebrate you becoming the Tower Master of the Hidden Tower. We will also discuss the future. After a pause, he continued, we will let you know the exact time. Okay, no problem. Wu Ming nodded. He also wanted to meet the other Tower Masters. By the way, do you need any help? I am rich. Just ask. Long Jintian smiled. I don't lack money. Wu Ming shook his head. I know you are the Lord of Garan Castle and have trillions of thunder spirits. You don't lack money. However, some special materials can't be obtained with money. Long Jintian said. Wu Ming nodded and said, do you have the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit? Long Jintian took out a tablet and searched for these two keywords. I don't have them here. However, the Du family of the 8 great families has a lot in stock. I will contact them for you in the name of the mayor's mansion. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Okay. The two chatted for a long time. They only left the hall at 8 o'clock at night. They found Zhao Shi, Yi Sanyang, the secretary of the mayor's mansion, and Zhao Yu. 9 o'clock at night. Wu Ming and Zhao Shi returned to the Zhao family. On the warm and comfortable bed, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. On the other side in the Hong family, Hong Xingyu stood on the roof and looked down at the brightly lit Beiyuan city. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wu Ming, once we are out of the city, I will kill you. Hong Xingyu gritted his teeth as his killing intent exploded. Even the surrounding temperature dropped drastically, causing the air to freeze. Chapter 444. The next morning, Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, Yi Sanyang, and Zhao Yu were eating breakfast in the Zhao family's dining room. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Wu Ming's phone rang. He looked at the screen and found that it was an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Wu Ming answered the phone. Is this H? E. Wu Ming? Hello. I am the head of the Du family in Beiyuan City, Duyang. I sincerely invite you to visit our Du family. An old voice came from the other end of the phone. So it's the head of the Du family. Wu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He and Yi Sanyang came to Beiyuan City mainly to get the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit. Since the Du family had these two materials, they naturally had to go and take a look. Now that Du Liang had called him personally, Wu Ming guessed that it was Beiyuan City's mayor, Long Jintian, who was the middleman. Wu Ming, I wonder if you are free today? I have prepared a luncheon and have been waiting for you. Du Liang smiled. I can leave in a while. Wu Ming said. The Zhao family's trouble was already half solved. As long as he could get rid of Hong Xingyu, not only could he obtain important information about the laboratory, but he could also solve the Zhao family's problem. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If he wanted to get rid of Hong Xingyu, he would need to be more powerful. Therefore, he had to go to the Du family and get the Berserk Eye and the Infinity Fruit before taking action. This way, he would be able to raise Nether Sovereign to rank H. E. Wu Ming can come today? Great, I will send a car to pick you up. Du Liang's voice was slightly excited. No need, we have a car. Wu Ming rejected Du Liang. Also, I need to prepare before leaving. Okay, I will wait at the door. Du Liang smiled. Okay, see you later. Wu Ming nodded and hung up the phone. He looked at Zhao Shi and the rest. Today's mission is to go to the Du family, attend the luncheon, and get the materials. Okay, Zhao Shi and the rest nodded. Half an hour later, beside the street in front of the Zhao family, Wu Ming sat on Zhao Yu's 4-seater sedan and headed to the Du family with Yi Sanyang, Zhao Shi, and Zhao Yu. In front of a luxurious door, more than a dozen people were already waiting for him. The leader was an old man with white hair and a beard. His hair was combed back, and each strand of hair was very thick. Moreover, each strand of hair was independent, giving people the feeling that they were looking at a steel forest. He wore a long robe and had a dignified look on his face. This person was the head of the Du family, Du Liang. He was an experienced grade-A beast tamer and one of the strongest people in Beiyuan City. Crack! A sports car was parked in front of the door. Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, Yi Sanyang, and Zhao Yu got out of the car and walked towards Du Liang and the other upper echelons of the Du family. Wu Ming, you're finally here. Du Liang took 3 steps forward and shook hands with Wu Ming. And Patriarch Zhao Shi, Secretary Zhao Yu, how have you been? How have you been? Zhao Shi nodded. Wu Ming looked around and found that the leader of the South City Gate, Du Sheng, was also there. He was giving him a flattering smile. Everyone, please follow me. Du Liang led the way in front, while Wu Ming and Zhao Shi stood beside him. The others all stood back subconsciously. After passing through the garden-style buildings, they came to the magnificent hall of the Du family. The dishes were not on the table yet. However, there were already many expensive teas and exquisite and delicious snacks on the table. After some small talk, Wu Ming went straight to the point. Patriarch Du, I heard that your Du family has the berserk eye and the infinity fruit. Is this news true? Ha ha ha. Du Liang laughed. Wu Ming is really eager. Of course we have these, and I have specially prepared a portion for you. Clap, clap. Du Liang clapped his hands. Immediately, a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed in a black tight-fitting skirt, walked over, swaying her slender waist and carrying a suitcase. Click! As the suitcase was opened, the 2 materials inside were immediately revealed to everyone's sight, accompanied by bursts of fragrance. The items inside were very unique. The treasure on the left was a dark red eyeball. It was very heavy, and there was a light flickering within it. It contained a majestic energy. The treasure on the right was a fist-sized fruit. Its appearance was similar to a citrus, and there were countless dark red lines on its surface, forming a very mysterious pattern. Wu Ming immediately opened his insightful eye. It really is the berserk eye and the infinity fruit. After seeing the information of these 2 items, Wu Ming confirmed that these were the treasures he wanted. He was overjoyed. Wu Ming, these 2 treasures are for you. Du Liang was very generous. Without any hesitation, he gave away these 2 precious materials worth hundreds of millions. Wu Ming solemnly said, Thank you. In the future, if Patriarch Du needs to concoct evolution food, you can look for me. As long as the materials are complete, I can even concoct an A-class. These words caused the upper echelons of the Du family to take a deep breath. Good. Du Liang was the first to clap his hands. He expressed goodwill to Wu Ming and even gave away materials worth hundreds of millions. It was not because of Long Jintian's words, but because he really hoped to befriend Wu Ming. Because this way, he could find an opportunity to buy precious A-class evolution food from Wu Ming. Now that he had received Wu Ming's promise, Du Liang was very happy. He knew that he had made the right choice. After that, everyone continued to chat. When they talked about the situation in Beiyuan City, Du Liang said, Hong Xingyu's ambition is too big, and he is becoming more and more abnormal. I suspect that he has lost his mind and is very dangerous. I think so too, Wu Ming said. Indeed, Zhao Shi nodded. How about? Du Liang wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he did not dare to say it. Wu Ming smiled and did not say anything. He could see that Du Liang wanted to kill Hong Xingyu, but because of the entire Du family behind him, he did not dare to take the risk. Come, let's eat. Wu Ming changed the topic to avoid an awkward silence. Soon, everyone started to eat. 1:30 p.m. Wu Ming and the others got into the sports car and drove away from the Du family. In front of the gate, Du Liang looked at Wu Ming and sighed softly. Lord, why don't you take the opportunity to join forces with Wu Ming and Zhao Shi to kill Hong Xingyu? A senior member of the Du family asked. This person was a B-class beast tamer. He was not weak. Forget it. Don't take the risk. Du Liang shook his head. He represented a big family with hundreds of people. He could not act rashly, lest the Du family fall into eternal damnation. 2 in the afternoon, Wu Ming entered the basement of the Zhao family. There was no one to disturb him here. He could freely mix the A-class evolution food, a small gamma-ray burst, to promote the Nether Sovereign to A-class. Boss, let me help you. Yi Sanyang assisted from his side. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. He put all the materials on the table and started to mix. Outside the basement, Zhao Shi and Zhao Yu walked towards the place where the traitor Zhao Ying was locked up. They were followed by the senior members of the Zhao family. Creak. Zhao Shi pushed the door open and entered. Looking at Zhao Ying, who was locked in place, the coldness in her eyes intensified. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Facing the aggressive Zhao Shi, the traitor Zhao Ying could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 445. Wu Ming didn't know how Zhao Shi would deal with Zhao Ying. He didn't need to care about that. But no matter what, as a traitor, Zhao Ying had been demoted to an unprotected wanderer. Her fate would be miserable. Sanyang, help me grind the powder. Okay. Remember to weigh it so that it won't go to waste. Understood. At the moment, Wu Ming, with the help of Yi Sanyang, was carefully mixing the class a mini gamma ray burst food. He didn't dare to relax in case he made a mistake. 10 minutes later, all the materials were ground into powder and mixed in the reactor, turning into a pile of fine, colorful powder. It's about to start. Wu Ming took a deep breath and poured 5,000 evolution points into the powder, making it burst out with a dazzling light. It melted quickly and even spun quickly in the reactor. So beautiful. Yi Sanyang found that the powder was condensing into a crystal. It was like a bright crystal, thick in the middle and sharp at the two ends. It was shining with colorful light. It's really beautiful, Wu Ming exclaimed. Ding! All of a sudden, there was a clear knocking sound. Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang looked closer and found that the crystal had been completely formed. It looked many times harder than natural diamonds. They didn't know how the pet could eat it. Clang! The crystal that was suspended in midair fell into the reactor and actually smashed the glass into pieces. Wu Ming's eyes were sharp, and he quickly caught the crystal. As for the broken reactor, it wasn't expensive. They could just buy a new one when the time came. Boss, is it a success? Yi Sanyang was excited and looking forward to it. Yes, it's a success. Next, let's feed this crystal to Nether Sovereign. It can advance to Class of N. Wu Ming put the crystal on the table. Meow. Nether Sovereign showed its true form and walked around the class, a mini gamma ray burst food. Its eyes were full of excitement, and it kept sniffing the charming fragrance with its nose. Crack! It suddenly opened its mouth, crushed the crystal, chewed it into powder, and swallowed it. Wong. A resplendent radiance was instantly emitted from the body of the Netherworld Sovereign. It let out a meow sound, and its entire body went limp. Its eyelids seemed to be filled with lead, and it quickly fell asleep on the table. This was a metamorphosis. Boss, is this enough? Yi Sanyang blinked her eyes and curiously observed the Netherworld Sovereign. She discovered that there were countless radiances flowing on its surface. It looked very mystical. Let me see. Wu Ming used Eye of Insight to look at Netherworld Sovereign, a column of remarks quickly appearing before his eyes. Status: transforming, success rate 95. 1% seeing this, Wu Ming frowned. He quickly took out a C-grade evolution crystal and placed it in front of Netherworld Sovereign. Although its eyes were closed, it subconsciously bit the evolution crystal and swallowed it slowly. Success rate 96. 1% seeing this, Wu Ming continued to take out a C-rank evolution crystal and fed it to the Nether Sovereign. Not long after, when he saw that the success rate of the transformation had reached 100%, he stopped. All we have to do now is wait. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, he and Yi Sanyang sat in the secret room like this and never left. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day. Crack! Netherworld Sovereign woke up from its sleep and twisted its body, making a crisp sound as if its joints were colliding. Meow! It let out a cheerful cry, and there seemed to be a resplendent radiance emerging from its eyes. It opened its mouth and sucked hard, and it actually swallowed the radiance, which looked very strange. Good heavens! It can even eat light? Wu Ming's eyes widened. Yi San-yang also widened her eyes, feeling incredulous. Boss, has it really transformed into a grade A? Yi San-yang asked curiously. Also, can it really emit a gamma-ray burst? That a high-energy wave, a universe-level power that can even destroy a planet. Wu Ming laughed involuntarily. It's not the large gamma-ray burst in the universe, but a small one. I estimate that it's equivalent to an ordinary shock wave. Yi San-yang nodded. That's true. Netherworld Sovereign's body was so small that it couldn't store too much energy. Even if it emitted a small gamma-ray burst, it might only cover an area of a dozen meters around it. That being said, this was already terrifying enough. Pets of the same rank, even if they could withstand it, would be covered in wounds and might even be destroyed by the gamma-ray burst on the spot. Meow. Netherworld Sovereign twisted its neck, and its body gradually became invisible until it completely disappeared. Since then, Wu Ming felt relieved, because he now had 3 grade A pets. There was only one last condition left to unlock the advanced store, and that was to kill 3 grade A pets or beasts. He had already killed 2 grade A pets before. Now, if he killed Hong Xingyu, he could unlock the advanced store and obtain the formulas above grade S. Right at this moment, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the 3rd grade A pet. You're only 1 step away from unlocking the advanced store. You are rewarded with a chance to draw a prize. Please keep up the good work. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes glowed. If the system hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that he could draw a prize by killing or cultivating a grade A pet. So, he sat on the chair and closed his eyes. Boss, what are you doing? I'm thinking about something. Wu Ming casually gave an excuse. In his consciousness, a large roulette wheel appeared in front of Wu Ming, and it was spinning rapidly. Stop! He suddenly shouted. The roulette wheel stopped, and the pointer pointed to a dark red area with some words written on it. Grade A Ion Sword X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the luck bonus reward for the Lucky King title. The reward has been doubled. The next second, Wu Ming opened his eyes and found that there were 2 metal torchlights in his system space. They were about 30 centimeters long. This was the Grade A Ion Sword. The principle of this weapon was to use the energy of the beast core to emit an ion light sword with excellent cutting ability. Wu Ming got a Grade B Ion Sword from the former boss of the Thunder Spirit Conglomerate. However, as his combat level continued to increase, the Grade B Ion Sword was obviously not enough. Whoosh! He stretched out his hands, and a Grade A Ion Sword appeared in each of his hands. He handed one of them to Yi San-yang. Try it. This is the Ion Sword. Yi San-yang raised her eyebrows, picked up the Grade A Ion Sword, pressed the switch, and a 1-meter-long ion sword gushed out in purple. This is the Purple Light Sword. Its cutting ability has reached Grade A. At a critical moment, it can stab Grade A beasts. If it's a beast below Grade A, it can cut it in half. Wu Ming explained. Then he pressed the switch, and the Grade A Ion Sword in his hand immediately gushed out a pale golden ion sword. Boss, why is the color of the ion sword different? Yi San-yang was even more curious. Wu Ming explained. The ion sword is inlaid with a beast's inner core as its energy source. The color of the ion sword is, of course, related to the type of beast's inner core. Yi San-yang said thoughtfully, then, what kind of beast's inner core will show what kind of color? Wu Ming put away the ion sword and continued to explain. This mainly depends on the color of the inner core. The color of the inner core will be the color of the ion sword that gushes out. So that's how it is. Yi San-yang understood. She held the Grade A Purple Light Sword and slashed at the table, easily cutting it in half. Great. Yi San-yang was very satisfied. You must be careful when using the Grade A Purple Light Sword to avoid hurting yourself. Therefore, you must wear dark gold armor or the 3rd-generation dragon scale armor. Wu Ming reminded. Okay. Yi San-yang put away the Purple Light Sword. Also, during battle, you can use your armor to fix the Grade A Purple Light Sword's hilt. This way, There won't be an awkward situation where it falls out of your hand. Wu Ming smiled slightly. As he spoke, he took out his grade A golden light sword. There were a few small holes on the hilt that could be used to insert the armor in the palm of the sword. It was equivalent to locking the sword with the palm. No matter how great the force was, the sword would not be shaken off. That's right. I almost forgot. Our armors are all liquid and can perfectly lock the ion sword. Yi Senyang's eyes lit up. All right, let's go out. Next, it's time to kill the arrogant Hong Xingyu. Wu Ming was the first to walk out of the secret room. He looked at the blue sky outside and smiled slightly. Chapter 446. The sun and air outside are so nice. Wu Ming breathed in the pure and fresh air around him and felt comfortable all over. There was an indescribable feeling. Ming, you're finally out. Zhao Shi had been waiting nearby for a long time. When she saw Wu Ming, she immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. All right, how are you going to deal with Zhaoing? Since he was out, Wu Ming asked casually. We got a lot of secrets from interrogation. All of them can be used as evidence to sue the Hong family for unfair business competition. However, before that, we have to get rid of Hong Xingyu. If he doesn't fall, the lawsuit won't be of much use. Zhao Shi said with a serious face. My nether sovereign has advanced to Class A, and I have 3 Class A's with me. With you and Sanyang, who's a pinnacle Class B, killing Hong Xingyu won't be a problem. Wu Ming said calmly. When do we do it? Zhao Shi asked. Tonight. Wu Ming's eyes were cold. Hong Xingyu will definitely want to kill me. I'll pretend to leave and go to the no man's land outside the city. He'll definitely be impatient and attack me. Okay, I understand. Zhao Shi nodded. Wu Ming was planning to use himself as bait to lure Hong Xingyu out of the city. But what about the city lord's mansion? Zhao Shi suddenly realized this problem. Hong Xingyu was a special citizen of Beiyuan City. He enjoyed countless benefits and was protected by the city lord's mansion. If Wu Ming attacked Hong Xingyu, he would definitely offend the city lord's mansion. Wu Ming smiled. Shi, I can only tell you that the city lord's mansion is on our side. The city lord knows about this too. Really? Zhao Shi's breathing stopped. If Wu Ming did not say it, she would not have known that Wu Ming had such a close relationship with the city lord of Beiyuan City, Long Jintian. That majestic city lord was on their side. Of course it's true. Don't worry. Wu Ming rubbed Zhao Shi's nose with confidence. Then, can't we ask the city lord for help? Zhao Shi's heart stirred, and she hurriedly asked. Wu Ming shook his head. The mayor told me that he can only watch from the sidelines because Hong Xingyu is backed by another powerful force. It's not convenient for him to do anything now. Hearing this, Zhao Shi's expression changed slightly. Only now did she realize that Hong Xingyu was not simple. He had a backer that even the castellan of Northern Plains City, Long Jintian, was afraid of. This matter was becoming more and more difficult to handle. Don't be afraid. We won't be in danger. Wu Ming patted Zhao Shi's shoulder and looked at Yi Sanyang beside him. They were all wearing 3rd-generation dragon scale armor, which was anti-cutting, anti-impact, and anti-thermal. After connecting the miniature ultra-high pressure oxygen tanks, this type of armor was almost omnipotent. With this kind of armor, they could face their enemies with ease. In the following time, Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, and Yi Sanyang walked to the room together and discussed the follow-up in depth. Under the night sky, in front of the Zhao family's mansion, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang stood on the street and waved at Zhao Shi, Zhao Yu, and the other higher-ups of the Zhao family. The problem of the Zhao family has been solved. Next, I'll go back to Garan Castle. Take care. Zhao Shi and the others waved their arms. Soon, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang left the Zhao family and flew toward Garan Castle. They were not too fast. In a tall building somewhere in the city, a few figures stared at Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang, who were far away and could not help but smile. Kill them. Yes. These few figures swept across the sky, and under the cover of the night, they quickly left northern Yuan City, 300 kilometers away. In front of them was a mountain range. If they flew over it, they would completely leave the territory of Northern Plains City. They should be here soon, Wu Ming whispered. Yi Sanyang beside him nodded. After crossing the place, called Northern Plains Mountain Range, they would arrive at a basin shrouded in fog. It was the best place for an ambush. Hong Xingyu would definitely attack there. 10 minutes later, the two of them crossed the Northern Plains Mountain Range and entered the foggy area. They saw a four-winged angel with a wingspan of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters. It was quite majestic. A four-winged angel? Wu Ming was surprised to see that white human-shaped pet. It was at the peak of the B rank. That's right. The four-winged angel spoke in human language. It was holding a blazing sword in its hand. All kinds of complicated patterns were engraved on the surface of the sword. Hong Xingyu sent you? Wu Ming asked. That's right. The four-winged angel nodded. Too bad. You're just an elite B rank. You can't stop us. You're just courting death by coming here. Wu Ming sneered. What if we join you? Two figures showed up in the Northern Plains mountain range. One of them was a battle mechanical beast with a muscular body. Its body was protecting Hong Xingyu from harm. The other one was a cobra that was flying in the air. The cobra was more than 12 meters long, and its waist was thicker than a bucket. It had a pair of purple gold wings on its back. The cobra stood up like a human, and there was a cold glint in its eyes. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming smiled and said, an elite A battle mechanical beast, a peak B-rank four-winged angel, and a B-rank purple-winged cobra. You're going all out just to kill me. The fighter mechanical beast sneered. Wu Ming, blame yourself for trying to steal my woman. Tonight, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Wu Ming shrugged. He didn't say anything. What was coming next was a terrifying battle. No amount of nonsense would help. On the ground, an invisible black cat was shuttling through the bushes, throwing black metal balls into the bushes. If someone were standing on the ground, they would be surprised, because when the metal balls landed on the ground, they moved like flowing water. Some of them took root in the ground, and some of them spread into the fog. Gradually, they intertwined into a net. Those were material balls. High up in the sky, Wu Ming secretly controlled the material balls to form a net, forming a huge ambush circle. He was waiting to catch a turtle in a jar. High up in the sky is not suitable for us to fight. Let's go to the ground. Wu Ming reminded Yi Sanyang beside him and immediately landed. Try to run? The fighter mechanical beast roared and chased after them with a four-winged angel and purple-winged cobra. On the ground, in a valley, Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang both took out A-rank ion swords. One was gold and the other was purple. Both were emitting a blazing aura. Boom! The mechanical beast landed on the ground and formed a triangular formation with the purple-winged cobra and the four-winged angel surrounding Wu Ming. Ion sword? Huh, it's just a kid's toy. Seeing the ion swords in Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang's hands, Hong Xingyu's laughter came from the fighter mechanical beast. His voice was filled with malevolence and disdain. Sanyang, let's fight, Wu Ming said. Okay. Yi Sanyang nodded. With their current strength, it was very difficult to kill a mechanical beast with A-rank combat wings, A-rank mechanical armor, A-rank speed, B-rank light energy cannon, B-rank fusion, and other powerful talents. Just the A-rank mechanical armor alone was enough for them to fight. At this time, they had to delay them. When Zhao Shi arrived, it would be time for the final battle. Chapter 447. Kill. The mechanical beast took the lead to attack, not giving Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang any chance to react. Rip. The mechanical beast had a grade A speed of 1,000 meters per second. In an instant, it was close to 3 times the speed of sound. It arrived in front of Wu Ming and Yi Sanyang, knocking Wu Ming away before the two could use their swords or dodge. Boom! Wu Ming smashed into the mountain wall, causing the surroundings to be filled with cracks. His body was deeply embedded in it. On the other side, the four-winged angel and the purple-winged snake king also attacked at the same time. One held a blazing sword and slashed at Yi Sanyang, while the other spat out a mouthful of terrifying corrosive venom. Whoosh! Yi Sen Yang and her pet, the night witch, were almost indistinguishable. Her reaction was superb. With a light leap, she dodged the double attack of the sword and the venom. Whoosh! The ground was constantly melting under the corrosion of the venom, emitting black smoke, causing the air to be filled with poisonous fog. An ordinary person would die instantly after taking a breath. However, Yi Sen Yang was wearing the third-generation dragon scale armor and a breathing mask. She was not afraid of the poisonous fog at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! She flapped her wings hard, causing a gust of wind that blew the poisonous fog toward the purple-winged Snake King and the four-winged angel. Get lost! The two immediately twisted their bodies to avoid the poisonous fog. Good chance. Yi Sen Yang took this opportunity to flap the wings on her back. She drew a beautiful purple arc and arrived behind the four-winged angel beast. That blazing grade A, the purple light sword slashed down quickly. Rip! Half of the four-winged angel's wing was almost cut off. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and leaped forward in an instant. Otherwise, this sword could have split him in half. Damn it! The four-winged angel saw that his wing almost fell off. He was furious and immediately joined forces with the purple-winged Snake King to attack Yi Sen Yang. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Sen Yang jumped on the ground nimbly, dodging the attacks. She would approach from time to time and slash with a grade A purple light sword to exhaust the two powerful grade B pets. On the other side, Wu Ming finally climbed out of the mountain wall. The armor on his body was shining, containing a huge amount of energy. You didn't die? When the battle robot bee saw this scene, it let out a surprise sound that belonged to Hong Xingyu. It seems like your technique is the armor on your body. Now, why is it glowing? This is called energy storage. Wu Ming sneered. The next moment, Wu Ming stomped on the ground and unleashed the energy stored in the third-generation dragon scale armor, propelling him forward at a speed as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Wu Ming gripped the A-grade golden light sword tightly and quickly slashed horizontally. The mechanical beast reacted quickly and dodged. Wu Ming's sword missed, and he was a little disappointed. Humans' reflexes are still far inferior to those of pets and beasts. Wu Ming murmured, "Die!" The mechanical beast used its A-rank Godspeed and instantly closed in on Wu Ming. The A-rank wings on its back were like two sharp blades, sending Wu Ming flying. Sparks flew from his body. Boom! Wu Ming was smashed to the ground, causing the ground to cave in. More energy was stored on the surface of the armor. If it weren't for the fact that the third-generation dragon scale armor could absorb energy to mitigate the impact, Wu Ming's internal organs and brain would have been shattered. Still not dead, the mecha beast looked at Wu Ming, whose body was glowing with astonishment in its eyes. "You're the one who's going to die." Wu Ming stomped on the ground and dashed forward again. He held the A-grade golden light sword in his hand, ready to destroy the mechanical beast. However, the mechanical beast didn't dodge at all. It stood on the spot and aimed its chest at Wu Ming, who was flying toward it. The metal on its chest transformed into a glowing cannon, activating the B-rank light cannon talent. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen balls of light, which were larger than basketballs, were launched. All of them hit Wu Ming, who was knocked away and smashed into the mountain wall. The rocks around him were covered with fine cracks. T, that hurts. Even with the protection of the armor, Wu Ming still felt a sharp pain in his chest. Without relying on his pet, even with the third-generation dragon scale armor, he was no match for an A-rank pet. "You're still alive?" Hong Xingyu, who was inside the mechanical beast, spoke again. His voice was filled with disbelief. That was a B-rank light cannon. Even an A-rank pet would be wounded after being hit by over a dozen shots. However, Wu Ming was only yelling in pain. Hong Xingyu began to doubt his life. "Aha, you can't kill me." Wu Ming looked at the glowing dragon scale armor and knew that it was storing explosive energy. He stomped on the ground and unleashed all the energy. Whoosh! This time, Wu Ming's speed was comparable to that of an A-rank pet. He reached the mechanical beast in an instant and hacked at it with the A-rank golden light sword. However, he only managed to leave a wound that was 1 centimeter deep and a dozen centimeters long. An A-rank pet's defense is this strong? Wu Ming was dumbfounded. With the help of inertia, he dashed out and bumped into the mountain wall, embedding himself in it. On the ground, the mechanical beast looked at the wounds on its body and sneered angrily. Do you really think my A-rank mechanical beast is weak? Even an A-rank pet can only inflict minor injuries on me, not destroy me. Do you understand? With that said, the mechanical beast spread its wings and continued to attack Wu Ming, using him as a punching bag. The mechanical beast kept bombarding him with B-rank light cannons, not giving Wu Ming any chance to fight back. Soon, Wu Ming was knocked away by another punch. He crashed into the mountain wall, raising a cloud of dust. Dozens of meters away, Yi Sanyang was fighting the purple-winged Snake King and the four-winged angel on her own. Since she had the A-rank purple light sword and the cutting ability, she was more threatening. Rip! Yi Sanyang successfully went around the four-winged angel and cut off half of its wing. She hit the old wound right in the middle and cut off half of its wing. Roar! The four-winged angel cried out in pain. Go to hell! At this moment, the purple-winged Snake King rushed over. Its powerful tail was like a train, sending Yi Sanyang flying and crashing into the mountain wall. She happened to be Wu Ming's neighbor. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Ming climbed out of the mountain wall and pulled Yi Sanyang out as well. Side by side, they looked at the mechanical beast, the purple-winged Snake King, and the four-winged angel. It seems that we can't beat them. Wu Ming sighed. Boss, where's your A-rank pet? Yi Sanyang was speechless. She sized up Wu Ming, wondering what was wrong with him. He didn't use the demon atomic beast and the colorful winged chameleon. They're setting up. Wu Ming smiled. Hearing this, the mechanical beast, the purple-winged Snake King, and the four-winged angel laughed. A-rank pet. Wu Ming, what are you bragging about? You think you're worthy of having an A-rank pet. Why don't you bring your class of pet out for a walk? Hong Xingyu, who was in the mechanical beast, laughed wildly. He didn't take Wu Ming seriously at all. Don't be hasty. They're coming. Wu Ming received a message from the Nether Sovereign, the demon atomic beast, and the colorful winged chameleon. The smile on his face became more arrogant. At this moment, a black spear was shot at a high speed from the distance. It instantly pierced through the four-winged angel's chest and nailed it to the mountain wall. Ah! The four-winged angel screamed. He could feel that his energy was being devoured by the black spear that pierced through his chest. Soon, he lost all his strength. It's an A-rank pet. Wu Ming, do you really have a F*King class of pet? Hong Xingyu turned pale with fright. Together with the purple-winged Snake King, they were vigilant of the surroundings in case of a sneak attack. Roar! At this moment, a 1-meter-long, 5-clawed golden dragon rushed out from the depths of the mist. Its glowing claws instantly cut off the purple-winged Snake King's head, making it roll to the ground like a rubber ball. The pet that attacked was the colorful winged chameleon. At this moment, the colorful winged chameleon used its A-rank talent, Super Dragon Transformation. It could maintain the 5-clawed golden dragon form for 10 minutes. Its combat ability was very strong. The purple-winged Snake King, who had been exhausted by Yi Sanyang and had a scar on its neck with the A-rank purple light sword, could not resist at all. In just one move, the colorful winged chameleon had cut off its head. 2 A-rank pets. Wu Ming, you're so cunning. I thought you were deliberately stalling for time, so that bitch Xiaoxi could come. I didn't know that you had 2 A-rank pets. Damn it. The mechanical beast roared and flapped its wings hard, trying to fly to the sky, ready to escape. However, a black shadow fell from the sky. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of sharp claws hitting metal was heard. The mechanical beast fell from the sky. Its body was covered with fine scratches, but they were only half a centimeter deep. For him, these wounds were not much different from scratching an itch. However, the damage was not great, but the humiliation was very strong. I'm sorry, but I have 3 Class A pets. Wu Ming pointed at the netherworld sovereign on his shoulder. Do you really think that 3 A-rank pets can stop me? The mechanical beast sneered. In an instant, it fired more than a dozen B-rank light cannons, blowing away Wu Ming, Yi Sanyang, the colorful winged chameleon, and netherworld sovereign. Then, the mechanical beast soared to the sky. Kakik, wait for me to get reinforcements. I can kill you all the same. In the sky, the mechanical beast was about to fly away, but it bumped into the light black net in the mist and was bounced back. It was shocked. What is this thing? How can it be so tough? The mechanical beast's wings were like long knives. It kept slashing at the net formed by the material ball, but only sparks flew. It could not cut it open at all. What do you think I was doing just now? Wu Ming looked at the mechanical beast in the sky, grinned, and shouted, To tell you the truth, my 3 A-rank pets have set up an inescapable net around us. You want to escape? Dream on. At this moment, a soft voice rang out. Yes, you can escape. The next moment, a bright pink blade of light appeared from the depths of the mist and slashed at the mechanical beast, smashing it to the ground. In the mist, a perfect silhouette slowly walked out of the void. It was Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi finally arrived at the moment when the inescapable net formed by the material ball was about to be completely closed. She used the mist to cover her breath and charged up the A-rank talent, Pink Butterfly Lightblade. Zhao Shi walked to Wu Ming and said, He was hit by my all-out attack. He should be dead. Let's go and take a look. Wu Ming led everyone over. Dead? How is that possible? The mechanical beast grinned hideously and suddenly jumped up. Its sharp wings slashed at Zhao Shi, blowing her dozens of meters away and smashing her into the mountain wall. The next moment, the mechanical beast stood on the ground. There was a 5-centimeter deep and half-a-meter long wound on its shoulder. That was the damage caused by the A-rank Pink Butterfly Lightblade. Heal! The mechanical beast roared. The wound on its body immediately emitted a green glow and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His defense is that strong? Zhao Shi returned to the battlefield. Apart from the dust on her body, there were no injuries. It was strengthened by the drugs in the laboratory. It even gained a strong, self-healing ability, Wu Ming said in a deep voice. Dozens of meters away, the mechanical beast's wound was about 80% healed. It stopped. Even if you can trap me, so what? You can't kill me. The mechanical beast grinned hideously. You are indeed strong. Wu Ming nodded. Next, I will unleash my real strength and kill all of you. Zhao Shi, UB*TCH. Today, I will wipe out the entire Zhao family. The mechanical beast roared. You won't have the chance. Zhao Shi sneered. You're still so stubborn even in the face of death. What is this? The mechanical beast suddenly lowered its head and found that its body was covered with all kinds of black threads. Wu Ming smiled. This is the inescapable net. He was holding a material orb in his right hand. The threads fell down and connected to the ground. The material orb that was previously buried underground was controlled to drill out and trap the mechanical beast. Why can't I break free from this thing? The mechanical beast struggled with all its might, but it found that it was firmly rooted to the ground. It couldn't escape at all. Under such circumstances, even if it was hungry, it could starve to death. You want to trap me and starve me to death. The mechanical beast's face was gloomy. Pets were also living creatures. They needed to eat to maintain their lives, and Hong Xingyu was no exception. Unless it was a special pet or had a corresponding talent, it would die if it didn't eat for half a month. You think too much. We will kill you directly. Wu Ming waved his hand. Next to him, Netherworld's sovereign jumped out and stopped 3 meters in front of the mechanical beast. A mere A-rank black cat wants to kill me. The mechanical beast was full of disdain. Wu Ming ignored the mechanical beast's words and retreated 100 meters away with Zhao Shi and the others. Let's move further away. On the ground, the mechanical beast noticed that the black cat in front of it had opened its mouth. There seemed to be a vortex forming in its throat. This scene caused him to feel his heart palpitate. Buzzing. A strange sound was heard. Then, in the vortex in Netherworld Sovereign's throat, two rays of light were colliding. Horrifying energy waves burst out and struck the mechanical beast. That was a small gamma ray burst. The mechanical beast's cells were weakening. The A-rank armor on the surface of its body was falling off layer by layer. Its body seemed to have been burned. Its hands and wings drooped weakly. His aura became extremely weak. At this moment, any C-rank or B-rank pet could easily kill the weakened mechanical beast. Impossible, impossible. What kind of talent is this? How can it destroy my A-rank armor? I can't accept this. The mechanical beast roared. All of a sudden, its chest cracked and a person fell out. It was Hong Xingyu. His body was also full of burn marks. It was too horrible to look at. Thud, thud, thud. Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, and Yi Sanyang walked over together. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Hong Xingyu, the mechanical beast, and the mechanical armor that had fallen to the ground. Finally, it's done. The smile on Wu Ming's face grew more and more arrogant. At this moment, there was only one thing he wanted to say. A-rank small gamma ray burst. God forever. Chapter 448. On the ground. Because of the A-rank small gamma ray burst, Nether Prime was in a weakened state. Wu Ming picked it up and soon, it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Wu Ming, you bastard. You tricked us. I can't believe that you have such a horrifying A-rank pet and such a talent. No pet below the S-rank can withstand the power of that talent. Hong Xingyu was lying on the ground, cursing weakly. He glared at Wu Ming, and the hatred in his eyes was like a torrential river. He couldn't wait to skin Wu Ming alive. Wu Ming walked over and stepped on Hong Xingyu's chest, breaking several of his ribs. Yes, this talent is called a small gamma ray burst. Therefore, I saved it for last as my trump card. So how does it feel? Good, right? At this point, Wu Ming exerted force with his foot. Crack! All of Hong Xingyu's ribs were broken. He spat out blood. The ferocity in his eyes was gone. All that was left was pain. Tell me, what is your relationship with Li Daliang? What kind of drug was injected into your body? Wu Ming questioned him coldly. Upon hearing this, Hong Xingyu's eyes were filled with shock. But he didn't say anything. He was determined. You don't want to talk? Wu Ming smiled. Then, he resorted to all kinds of methods. He used everything he could think of on Hong Xingyu. Ah! Hong Xingyu screamed in pain. This sound lasted for a full 15 minutes in the valley before it gradually became hoarse and weak. On the ground, Wu Ming stared at Hong Xingyu. Talk! Hong Xingyu, who was being interrogated by various means, had lost all his fighting spirit. He glared at Wu Ming fiercely and almost shouted, How do you know the name of our director and the existence of the medicine? Oh, so, Li Daliang is your director. Wu Ming sneered. I went to one of your bases and watched the video. How do you think I know? F***CK. So there's a traitor among us. Hong Xingyu slammed the ground angrily. Where's the headquarters of your laboratory? Wu Ming asked. I won't tell you. Hong Xingyu shook his head. Once you know the location, you'll definitely kill me. If you don't say it, then I can only continue to make you suffer. Who asked you to kill me? Wu Ming sneered. Hong Xingyu wanted to kill him. How could such a person be allowed to live? Hong Xingyu couldn't be left alive after he asked about the secrets of the laboratory. If he let him go, he would be too soft-hearted, and he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. Thinking of this, Wu Ming continued to shout, Are you going to tell me or not? Kill me. Hong Xingyu closed his eyes. As you wish. Wu Ming kicked the heavily injured Hong Xingyu, sending him flying into the mountain wall and fainting on the spot. However, Hong Xingyu was still alive. A-level beast tamers were physically strong. How could they die so easily? People like him could fight against normal F-level, E-level, and even D-level beast tamers and ferocious beasts with their individual strength alone. Boss, what should we do? Yi Yang asked. Hong Xingyu won't say anything even if he dies. We can't get the secrets of the laboratory. I'm afraid we'll be in a passive position. Zhao Shi expressed her concern. Wu Ming lifted the corner of his mouth. I have an idea. What idea? Yi Sanyang and Zhao Shi were curious. Wu Ming looked at Yi Sanyang and said, Sanyang, don't you have F-level seduction and F-level interrogation talents? Yi Sanyang hugged herself and said, I won't use these two talents on such a disgusting person. It's okay. You don't need to get too close to him because Hong Xingyu is unconscious and severely injured. Wu Ming continued after a pause. You are now a peak-level beast tamer. All your talents have been enhanced. You can try to get information in the form of dreams. Oh, I see. Yi Sanyang nodded. On the ground. Hong Xingyu fainted on the ground. His whole body was frozen by the spiritual ball of matter. He was in a deep sleep. Yi Sanyang walked over. She reached out and pressed her hand on Hong Xingyu's head. She used the two talents, F-level seduction and F-level interrogation. Soon, a special energy entered Hong Xingyu's brain. Hee, Zhao Shi, you are so beautiful. Hong Xingyu shivered. He felt like he was dreaming about Zhao Shi. All kinds of strange sounds came from his mouth. Wu Ming looked at Yi Sanyang and signaled with his eyes. Yi Sanyang nodded. She imitated Zhao Shi's voice and asked Hong Xingyu in his dream, Where is the laboratory? Hong Xingyu hesitated and said, It is an ancient organization. It has a history of at least a few hundred years. Yi Sanyang asked again, Where is the headquarters of the laboratory? Hong Xingyu shivered. I don't know. I usually meet with Director Li Daliang in a stronghold of the laboratory. I don't know where he lives. Yi Sanyang asked again, Where is the stronghold of the laboratory? What is the laboratory's plan? Hong Xingyu said, It is at 398 East Bank Street of Baiyuan City. It is a manor. Occasionally, Director Li Daliang will appear there to entertain guests. Cici, can you let me? Hong Xingyu licked his lips. Yi Sanyang curled her lips and said to Hong Xingyu in his dream, You stupid man. You only know how to think about that kind of thing. Tell me the secret of the laboratory. Then whatever you want to do, I can do it for you. Hong Xingyu didn't know that this was a dream. He grinned. Hee Cici, you are so nice. As a matter of fact, our laboratory's plan is simple. We will use human consciousness to occupy the pet's body. This way, we can make ourselves invulnerable. Then, we will study the transformation food so that the pets can transform into humans and become superhumans. By then, the world will belong to us, superhumans. In this plan, the chimpanzees are the closest to becoming humans. Therefore, we plan to train chimpanzees on a large scale. When the chimpanzees reach C rank, we will transfer human consciousness and occupy the chimpanzees' bodies. After that, we will use the transformation food to transform the chimpanzees into humans, and they will blend into human society. As for superhumans, they can live for over 1,000 years. CC, let's become superhumans together. Let's applaud for love, okay? Hong Xingyu acted like a madman in his dream. Wu Ming said in a deep voice, What a crazy plan. Once we succeed, superhumans can gradually rule the entire blue planet and become the new dominators. Sanyang continued the interrogation. Yi Sanyang nodded. In the next 10 minutes, Hong Xingyu revealed all the secrets he knew. Director Li Daliang is a chimpanzee. Also, he has undergone plastic surgery. He doesn't look much different from humans. I also know that we have a chimpanzee experiment base in the wild. We use cloning technology to screen out high-quality chimpanzees for training and consciousness transfer. Right? Soon, we will hold an annual event in our lab. Director Li Daliang and the higher-ups of all the bases will be there. Cici, can you come with me? The event will be held in a month. As for the location, we will inform you one day in advance. I heard that there will be many superhumans at the event. Let's go together. Maybe we can become superhumans as well. Hong Xingyu kept talking. After he had revealed all the secrets he knew, he was no longer useful. Wake him up, Wu Ming said. Okay. Yi Sanyang stopped using the F-level seduction and F-level interrogation skills. She slapped Hong Xingyu's face and poured cold water on him. Hong Xingyu finally woke up. He looked at himself, who was fixed to the ground, and Wu Ming, Yi Sen Yang, and Zhao Shi around him. Suddenly, he realized something. Damn it, that was just a dream. Hong Xingyu clenched his teeth in hatred. Yes, what else could it be? Zhao Shi crossed her arms. Do you think I would agree to that? Disgusting. Wu Ming was even more ruthless. He took out his camera and played the interrogation process. He played the scene where Hong Xingyu was talking in his sleep. Hong Xingyu rolled his eyes in anger when he heard that his secret had been exposed. He spat out 3 liters of blood and breathed his last. Oh, you're pissed to death? Wu Ming put away the camera. Then, he used the conversion skill to turn Hong Xingyu into over 1,000 evolution points and a material ball of over 50 kilograms. How did he disappear in a thin air? Zhao Shi was surprised to see this. This is my pet's devouring skill. It can devour living creatures to strengthen itself, Wu Ming chose to explain. I see. Zhao Shi nodded. Then, Wu Ming walked over to the scorched Class A fighter. He looked at it and shook his head. It was hit by the gamma rays. It won't survive. Wu Ming had wanted to tame this pet. However, after the gamma rays destroyed the cells and the deeper gene strands, there was no way to save it. Hiss! The atomic beast cut opened the mechanical beast that had lost its armor. It took out the beast core that could still be used and gave it to Wu Ming. As for the body parts of the mechanical beast, Wu Ming absorbed them and gained 150,000 evolution points. Huh. I made a fortune. Wu Ming smiled. The purple-winged Snake King had its head cut off. Wu Ming converted it without hesitation and gained more than 20,000 evolution points. As for the 4-winged angel, only half of its wings were cut off. It had been nailed to the wall by the atomic beast. It was unconscious but not dead. Wu Ming stroked his chin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 evolution points to purchase a Class B Master Ball. May the host enjoy himself every night. The system beeped. Wu Ming extended his hand. A Class B Master Ball appeared in his palm. Spare me. Right then, the 4-winged angel's chest cracked open. A person crawled out. It was the 4-winged angel's beast tamer. That person knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Rip. The atomic beast cut the beast tamer in half. If you're alive, how can I use the Master Ball to tame the 4-winged angel? Wu Ming spread his hands. Then, he threw the Class B Master Ball out. It hit the 4-winged angel's head. 10 minutes later, the 4-winged angel stood where it was. It had become Wu Ming's pet. Its broken wings had been reattached. Its body was covered with a thin layer of dark gold armor. In this way, it would no longer be afraid of being cut. Continue to clean up the battlefield, Wu Ming instructed. Then, he waited quietly for the system to complete the calculation, because the high-level store was about to be unlocked. Chapter 449. Yes. Yi Sanyang nodded. She began to explore the valley, looking for any fish that might have escaped the net. Wu Ming stood there, waiting for the system to complete the calculation. However, after a long time, the calculation was still not done, which confused Wu Ming. Finally, the crisis in front of us has been resolved. However, a bigger crisis has emerged. How worrying. Zhao Shi was helpless. Don't worry. What will come will come. Wu Ming rubbed Zhao Shi's hair. Seeing that no one was around, he kissed her and let go after a while. You are so annoying. Zhao Shi pretended to be reserved. Of course, she was happy to see Wu Ming's love. After a moment of silence, Zhao Shi said, We have taken care of Hong Xingyu. Next, the Hong family is no longer a threat. We can start the next step of our plan until we swallow the entire Hong family. Wu Ming nodded. Yes. After we clean up this place, we will return to the Beiyuan city and take over the Hong family. Then, we will go to the manor where the laboratory is located at 398 East Bank Street of the Beiyuan city. I will go with you, Zhao Shi said. Okay. Wu Ming smiled. Next, they began to clean up the scene. First, they cleaned up the traces of the battle, put away the inescapable net formed by the material balls, and then checked to see if they had missed anything. Half an hour later, Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, and Yi Sanyang were ready to go back to the Beiyuan city with their pets. High in the sky, the three of them were flying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the third class, a pet or beast. You have received a chance to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the requirements to unlock the advanced store. You have officially started the journey to the legendary realm. You will be given a 30% discount on all items and a 10% discount on a certain item. The system notification rang. Finally, Wu Ming was so excited that he almost fell from the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he was trembling. Boss, what's wrong? Yi Sanyang was holding Wu Ming. She could feel his trembling, so she couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Wu Ming shook his head. Then, he closed his eyes and immersed himself in the store. I want to draw a prize. Wu Ming muttered to the system. The next moment, a large circular turntable appeared in his line of sight. It was divided into hundreds of fan-shaped regions. Each fan-shaped region was different in size and color. The corresponding prizes were, of course, different. Lucky draw, Wu Ming silently chanted, and the turntable immediately began to spin at high speed. After 3 seconds, Wu Ming immediately shouted, "Stop!" The spinning wheel immediately stopped, and the pointer stopped at a golden fan-shaped area. The name and description of the corresponding prize appeared on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Superpower Modification Potion X5 from the lottery. After consuming it, the host's physical fitness will be improved in all aspects, giving him superhuman attributes. The system notification sounded. Wu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly opened his eyes, and a metal thermos flask appeared in his hand. After opening it, he saw 5 frozen glass tubes filled with a pale golden liquid. Yisun glanced at the thermos flask and asked with a smile, "Boss, are you thirsty?" "Yes, if you are, you can come to me. I have a lot of water." Zhao Shi winked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming was speechless. He shook his head and said, "I just have some new research, so I'm going to take it out and try it out." With that said, Wu Ming took out a glass tube. The thermos flask and the remaining 4 glass tubes were thrown into the system space for temporary storage. Name, Superpower Modification Potion. Rank, C. Remark. After consuming it, the overall physical fitness will be improved. Endurance, strength, 5 senses, and other attributes will all be upgraded to the C rank. Remark 2. The potion will be resistant to the potion. The effect cannot be stacked with potions of the same rank. Seeing this, Wu Ming frowned. I can only take 1 tube. If I take more than 1, the effect will not be stacked. That being said, it's already impressive that my physical fitness can reach the C rank. No, it's not just impressive. It's horrifying. Wu Ming's eyes glowed brighter and brighter. There were similar potions in the world of pets. They could also improve a person's physical fitness to the point of superhuman, but they were only equivalent to an F-rank pet. Besides, there would be side effects. As for reaching the C rank, that would be a pipe dream. The 5 tubes of superpower modification potion that he had won through the lucky draw were 10 times or even 100 times stronger than any other potion in the world of pets. The effect was astonishing. Drink it. Wu Ming took a deep breath, unscrewed the seal of the medicine tube, and drank the light golden liquid inside in one gulp. The next moment, Wu Ming suddenly felt a stream of heat hitting his stomach, starting from his internal organs and seeping into his limbs and bones, transforming them. Wu Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. It was as if his entire body had been torn apart and then stitched up without anesthetics. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. His screams were endless. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Ming, don't scare me." Yi Sanyang and Zhao Shi turned pale with fright. They stopped at once and took Wu Ming to a valley below. There happened to be an abandoned wildlife observatory there. They went in and immediately put Wu Ming on the bed. "I'm fine." Wu Ming grabbed the sheets with both hands. Blue veins popped out on his face. He seemed to be in great pain. Zhao Shi and Yi Sanyang were so anxious that they were about to cry. "I'm transforming." Wu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "This is a new type of potion that can improve my physical fitness. If everything goes well, I can reach the C rank." After hearing this, Zhao Shi and Yi Sanyang looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. There was actually such a powerful potion in this world. Half an hour later, Wu Ming was in a sober state, enduring the painful transformation. He felt that his hearing, vision, and other senses were all improved. Even his physical strength and strength were soaring. 12 o'clock at night. Wu Ming was lying on the bed. His body was covered in sweat, as if he was about to collapse. Zhao Shi and Yi Sanyang were watching from the side. "It's finally done." Wu Ming slowly got up and adapted to his current strength. He found that his physical fitness was really strong. His skin was very elastic. The feeling of touching it was similar to before, but the skin was extremely tough. Even a knife could not pierce through it. Boom! Wu Ming stomped on the ground and jumped up to 100 meters in the air. Then, he quickly fell and smashed into the river near the Wildlife Observatory. "Let's take a shower first." Wu Ming swam in the river and found that he could easily hold his breath for half an hour. Moreover, his swimming speed was very fast. Splash! He casually grabbed a grass carp that weighed 5 kilograms and brought it to the shore. He jumped with force and returned to the Wildlife Observatory. "I feel that I'm full of strength." Wu Ming waved the grass carp in his hand to Zhao Shi and Yi Sanyang. "All right, it's time for dinner." "Okay." The two girls nodded happily when they saw that Wu Ming was fine. Next, Wu Ming personally killed the fish and roasted it on the grill until it was golden and crispy. He ate and drank with Zhao Shi and Yi Sanyang happily. "Boss, has your physical fitness really reached level C?" Yi Sanyang could not help but ask. "Yes, and it's close to the peak of level C." Wu Ming nodded. "It's because I'm an A-rank beast tamer. After receiving the power feedback from my pets, I'm no weaker than a D-rank beast tamer. After drinking the potion, my physical fitness has been greatly improved." Whoosh! Wu Mingliang unsheathed the A-class golden radiant sword and said confidently, "With this A-class ion sword, killing a B-class is a cinch. Even if it is an A-class, I can still hold them off for some time." "Amazing!" Yi Sanyang and Zhao Shi praised repeatedly. After putting away the level A ion sword, Wu Ming looked at Zhao Shi and Yi Sanyang, who had eaten and drank to their heart's content. He then looked around and saw that there was no one around. He then grinned. "Also, all my attributes have been improved." Wu Ming smirked. "You're so annoying." The two girls immediately lowered their heads shyly. After the fierce battle, the two girls could not withstand Wu Ming's pressure. They each used one of his arms as a pillow and fell asleep. Wu Ming looked at the beautiful night outside the window and was in a good mood. There are 4 tubes of super modification potion left. I can give them to Yi Sanyang and Shi Shi. The rest can be given to Lulu or Siyu to enhance their strength. Wu Ming thought so. Right, the high-level mall has been opened. I have to see what products are for sale. The pet mall also gives me a 30% discount for all products and a 10% discount for some products. I have to study it and see if there are any products I need to buy. With that thought in mind, Wu Ming closed his eyes. In the pet mall, the area that represented the high-level mall had been unlocked. Wu Ming's consciousness arrived there and looked at the dazzling array of products. He could not help but exclaim in satisfaction. Level S Legendary / 880,000 evolution points. Damn, that's too expensive. With my current evolution points, it seems that I can only buy one level S evolutionary food formula. I almost forgot. I can enjoy a 30% discount for all products and a 10% discount for some products. That is to say, if I want to buy an level S evolutionary food formula, the original price is 880,000 evolution points, but I only need to pay 88,000 evolution points. It can be said that it is very cheap. Wu Ming's consciousness was thinking. At this moment, he noticed that a virtual clock had appeared next to him. The numbers on it were counting down. Countdown: 29 days, 20 hours, 13 minutes, 55 seconds. Understand, this is the 30% discount for all products. Originally, it was a month, but now there are more than 29 days left. I have to earn more evolution points during this time to buy treasures at a discount. Wu Ming realized this. Then, he began to look in the high-level mall. Level S evolutionary food, SS food, and even SSS food were all available. However, the prices were outrageous. Even with the 30% discount, I can only afford level S food. As for SS and SSS food, I can't compete with them for the time being. Wu Ming heaved a helpless sigh. 10 minutes later, he found an level S treasure. Looking at the price, his eyes glowed with excitement. Chapter 450. S-Grade Master Ball, priced at 1 million evolution points. Currently being sold at a 30% discount. After the discount, the price will be 300,000 evolution points. Seeing this item, Wu Ming licked his lips. System, I am using my 1 and only 10% discount to buy an S-Grade Master Ball with a 30% discount. Can it be discounted again? Wu Ming was curious. System, after a moment of silence, the system unexpectedly froze. In Wu Ming's mind, there seemed to be a caw-caw sound that was similar to the sound of a radio crashing. Wu Ming was immediately speechless. However, after a short moment, the system unexpectedly let out a notification that made Wu Ming excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host's luck for triggering a special offer. You can enjoy 1 discounted again. Cooldown time, 30 days. Hearing this, Wu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. F***CK. Can it really be discounted again? Wu Ming felt that he was too lucky. Through discounted again, a formula that was originally priced at 1 million evolution points will become 300,000 after a 30% discount. After another 10% discount, it would become 30,000. With this price, Wu Ming could easily buy it. I have to choose something with a high price that I urgently need right now. Wu Ming began to search. SS Grade Berserk Golden Body, priced at 88 million evolution points. F***CK. This is too expensive. SSS Grade Sacred Bow, priced at XXXX evolution points. Note, if the host wants to know the price of an SSS grade item, please have at least 5 million evolution points. F***CK. I don't deserve to know the price of an SSS grade item. Wu Ming was speechless. He continued to search and found out that even if he bought an SS grade item, it would still cost him a few 100,000 evolution points. This was enough to make him lose a lot of vitality. If he bought an S grade item, it would only cost him a few tens of thousands of evolution points. How should I choose? Wu Ming could only continue to search. In the end, he placed his attention on an evolution food formula called S-Grade Origin Devouring Arrow. S-Grade Origin Devouring Arrow, priced at 188 million evolution points. With this talent, you can store energy in your body. Once fully charged, it can fire 9 rank arrows in a short period of time, possessing a powerful armor-piercing ability. Also, the strength of the pets or ferocious beasts hit by the spirit-devouring arrow will be devoured by the pet that launched the spirit-devouring arrow. Seeing this, Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Very good, I'll buy it. Wu Ming made his decision. He really wanted to buy an S-rank Master Ball. This item's original price was 1 million evolution points, which was half of the price of the 188 million S-rank Origin Devouring Arrow. Therefore, he decided to use the more expensive S-grade Yuan Devouring Arrow instead. As for the more expensive SS level formulas, there was a S level between them. If he couldn't train his pets to the peak of the S level, he wouldn't be able to use the SS level formulas even if he had them. Even if he bought it, it would only be used as storage. Thus, the most urgent matter at hand was to purchase the S-rank formula. System, I want to use the discounted opportunity to purchase the S-rank Yuan Devouring Arrow. Wu Ming quickly made his decision. Excuse me, is the host sure? The system confirmed, just in case Wu Ming was spouting nonsense. Sure, Wu Ming said solemnly. Ding! 1 discounted opportunity has been used. The S-rank Yuan Devouring Arrow formula, which was originally priced at 88 million evolution points has been sold at a discounted price of 56,400 evolution points. Congratulations, host. Ding. The host is rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. The system's notifications continued to ring. Wu Ming laughed out loud when he heard about the last chance to draw a lottery. He couldn't help but become excited. However, he didn't care about the lottery. Instead, he opened the description of the S-rank Yuan Devouring Arrow formula. Yuan Devouring Arrow, S-rank, formula. A rank devouring type beast core x 288 grams. A rank metal type beast core x 188 grams. Super Lingji mushroom x 45 grams. B rank Eye of the Thunder Snake x 18 grams. And other 108 ingredients. Evolution points x 30,000. Effect. Any A rank or S rank pet that meets the promotion requirements will be able to obtain the S rank talent, Yuan Devouring Arrow. Note 1. After obtaining this talent, the pet can store energy in its body. When the energy is full, it can shoot 9 S rank arrows in a short period of time. The arrows have the ability to pierce through armor and devour the strength of the pet or beast hit by the arrows. Note 2. When concocting S-rank evolutionary food, an S-rank super evolution crystal must be used for illumination and catalysis. Wu Ming was astonished. Concocting S-rank evolutionary food required more than 100 ingredients, and each of them had to be C-rank or above. The illumination of an S-rank super evolution crystal was also required. Fortunately, he had found an S-rank super evolution crystal in the depths of the Heavenly Abyss Canyon. What made Wu Ming even more happy was that he didn't need an S-rank beast core to concoct the S-rank recipe. Otherwise, where would he find the materials? When the conditions are met, I must concoct the S-rank Yuan Devouring Arrow. When Netherworld Sovereign and the other pets reach the peak of a rank, I will upgrade them directly. Wu Ming took a deep breath. System, draw a lottery. The Wheel of Fortune spun at a high speed again. 5 seconds later, Wu Ming shouted to stop. In the end, the pointer pointed to a purple and gold fan-shaped area, and the system's voice came out. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn an S-rank Master Ball. While Wu Ming was still in a daze, a purple and gold Master Ball had appeared in his hand. The cold touch made Wu Ming feel as if he were dreaming. SH*T. SH*T. My luck is off the charts. Wu Ming kept taking deep breaths. Touching the S-rank Master Ball that originally cost 1 million evolution points, Wu Ming's eyes glowed with excitement. He could not calm down for a long time. That was an S-rank Master Ball. As long as he could kill an S-rank pet by surprise, the S-rank pet would become ownerless and could be captured by the S-rank Master Ball. That way, he would gain an S-rank pet directly. Today is my lucky day. Wu Ming put away the S-rank Master Ball. His consciousness did not return to reality. Instead, he continued to choose items in the system store. Although he had used up the 1% discount, all the items in the store were still at a 30% discount. Originally, the A-rank Master Ball and A-rank evolutionary food formula that cost 100,000 evolution points were only 30,000 now. I have to carefully choose at least 10 A-rank evolutionary food formulas and cultivate the Nether Sovereign, the Demon Atomic Beast, and the Rainbow Winged Chameleon to the S-rank. Apart from that, I have to help Cece and Sanyang to become peak A-rank beast tamers. Wu Ming secretly planned. Zhao was already an elite A-rank. With 2 more A-rank talents, she could be promoted to peak A-rank. What talents are suitable for Cece? Wu Ming looked at the dazzling array of items and fell into deep thought. Zhao pet was an A-rank blight butterfly. Like Yi Sanyang's Dark Witch, they were both parasitic pets. At present, the A-rank blight butterfly had 3 talents: A-rank defensive powder armor, A-rank seraphic speed, and A-rank blight butterfly light blade, covering 3 major categories: defense, speed, and combat. This talent is not bad. Not long after, Wu Ming found an A-rank evolutionary food called Infinite Energy Absorption. After seeing the introduction, He immediately spent 30,000 evolution points to buy it. This time, Wu Ming did not get the chance to draw a prize. However, he did not bother to pay attention to it. Infinite energy absorption, a rank, formula. A rank inner core, x 333 grams. Fearless Ganoderma, x 88 grams. Infinite fruit, x 66 grams. And 9 other medicinal materials. Evolution points, x 5,000. Function. Allow any B rank or A rank pet that meets the promotion conditions to obtain the A rank talent, infinite energy absorption. Remark. It can only be used with defensive armor. When attacked by a strong enemy, it can absorb unlimited energy and store it in the body. It can be released to kill the enemy. It can also be added to energy storage talents to increase the power. Seeing this, Wu Ming's smile became even brighter. This A-rank talent, infinite energy absorption, was very suitable for Zhao Shi, who had the A-rank Blight Butterfly Light Blade and the A-rank defensive powder armor. With this A-rank infinite energy absorption, Zhao Shi's peak combat strength could be more than doubled. 30,000 evolution points. I've earned a lot. Wu Ming smiled and continued to choose the goods. Wu Ming did not fall asleep until the latter half of the night. 8 o'clock in the morning. Beiyuan City, Zhao family's manor. Wu Ming, Zhao Shi, and Yi Sanyang bathed in the warm morning light and finally returned to Zhao Shi's room. Bad guy, you were so fierce last night. I almost couldn't stand it. Zhao Shi pounded Wu Ming's chest with her small fists. Boss, me too. I almost fainted. Yi Sanyang looked at Wu Ming and was a bit scared. Wu Ming looked proud and said, I'll be gentler in the future. By the way, Shi, I've chosen 2 evolutionary foods for you. They're the A-rank infinite energy absorption and the A-rank toxic fog domain. These are the materials you need. You can collect them. As he spoke, he handed a list to Zhao Shi. 2 A-rank talents. Zhao Shi's breathing stagnated as she took the list. Her bright and beautiful eyes immediately surged with endless love. Ming, thank you. Zhao Shi quickly threw herself into Wu Ming's arms, making Yi Sanyang envious. You're my wife. I've done so much for you. What's there to thank me for? Wu Ming chuckled and pulled Yi Sanyang into his arms. Sanyang, you have one too. Really? Yi Sanyang's eyes lit up. Would I lie to you? Wu Ming smiled. Hearing this, the 2 girls were even happier. 9 o'clock in the morning. After the 3 of them took a bath and changed their clothes, they went to the Zhao family's meeting hall and gathered all the higher-ups. On the main seat, Zhao Shi sat there and announced with a serious face, We killed Hong Yu last night. Last night, we've already killed Hong Xingyu. Even the 4-winged angel beast has voluntarily joined our side. Today, it's time to attack the Hong family. As soon as she said this, the higher-ups of the Zhao family were shocked. A few elders almost crushed the armrests of their chairs. Their eyes were filled with joy. Zhao Shi, you're the blessing of the Zhao family. The elders clapped their hands and praised her. They had watched Zhao Shi grow up, and the elders had always had high hopes for this beautiful, intelligent, and sensible junior of the family. And today, Zhao Shi used her actions to prove that their judgment was right. Let's go and attack the Hong family. Zhao Shi stood up. What about the city lord's mansion? An elder frowned with worry on his old face. Zhao Shi looked at Wu Ming beside her with eyes full of love and said softly, Don't worry about the city lord's mansion. 9 o'clock in the morning. The higher-ups of the Zhao family were all mobilized. They cooperated with Zhao Shi, Wu Ming, and Yi Sanyang to attack the Hong family manor. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.